This is Trend Following Radio, where great thinking comes alive. Nobel Prize winners, legendary traders, best-selling authors, and the pros that know what drive us irrational human beings. I am your host, Michael Covel. Not filtered, raw, honest. That's my passion. My guests today are a combination episode. Past appearances aggregated into one massive 4-hour plus episode. Daniel Kahneman, Nobel Prize winner, author of Thinking Fast and Slow. Probably the most famous living psychologist we've got. Laurie Santos, professor of psychology and cognitive science at Yale University. Monkeys are her specialty. Stephen Kotler, best-selling author with fantastic insights into the flow state. Anders Ericsson, from my alma mater, at least my grad school alma mater, the deliberate practice expert. His newest book, Peak. Philip Tetlock, author of Super Forecasting, The Art and Science of Prediction. And he uses the word prediction a little bit different than me, so we're actually on the same page. And finally, Colin Kammerer, an American behavioral economist who just is a polymath for all intents and purposes. Colin has a perspective that is wide and deep. I'm so fortunate to have these 6 guests, these fantastically smart people, combined into one mega episode. I must tell you how I was somewhat motivated by this. I recently put out an aggregate episode of all of Charles Faulkner's appearances. On one day, it had 25,000 listens. I have no idea who linked to it or who is responsible for that. But if you happen to be, I'd love to talk to you. I'd love to know how this one episode, this one Charles Faulkner episode, became the most listened to episode on my show. So let's jump right in. First, Daniel Kahneman. I was looking at your career, looking at all the research and findings, everything behind what you've done, and obviously we're not going to fill it in on this conversation. But at what point in your life did you start to realize that you were comfortable looking at the world, people, behavior from outside the norm? When did you first realize that you were looking at things from a different vantage point?
I think fairly difficult question.
I like to give the hard ones right out of the gate.
Okay. You know, when one does science, of course, you publish things because you think that they're new. What we didn't see was how far our research would be taken. So we studied, Amos Tversky and I began our work by studying judgment under uncertainty, a limited set of problems of judgment. And we worked on that 5 years, and we wrote an article at the end of those 5 years in 1974, which was published in Science. That article had a lot more impact and resonance than we had anticipated. And it was really in seeing that reaction that we realized that we had done something that was unusual, because people were reacting to it as if it were unusual. So it was somewhere between 1974 and 1980, we became aware that people were taking this as new. They were taking it as newer than we had taken it.
Interesting. Yeah, it's for me, in my world, the world of money and markets, your work is right there, for me, at least from where I come from, is right there as the foundation. If people were to say to me, hey, Mike, what's the best way to learn about making money in the markets or being successful in the markets, I would point them towards your work. I mean, I think it's one foundational element that if people don't wrap themselves around the internal themselves, they're just not going to do very well. And I think I don't think you intended perhaps to have so many people on Wall Street be thinking fondly of your work, but it so happened that way.
Yeah, I mean, this all really came as a surprise. we had not expected it. I mean, there was going to be some reaction to the assumption of rationality and to the dominance of the rationality assumption in finance and economics. It happened that we provided an instrument that people inside the discipline could use to question, the dogma of rationality. It's actually it's an interesting anecdote how this happened, and the reason why our work had impact, because it's actually it's accidental why our work had impact. It had impact because of the way that we present our ideas. And we present our ideas by examples in the text of questions that people tend to get wrong. And so the readers who are not psychologists, readers outside the discipline, they read this and they face those demonstrations that work on them. And it's when something works on you that you're inclined to change your views about human nature. Merely getting data about undergraduates or some other people responding to questions does very little to people.
Yeah, reading about others is one thing, but when you see the change internally on your own self, that's when the magic can happen.
When you see yourself making mistakes or tempted to make mistakes, then the idea that people generally, people who are as smart as you are tempted to make mistakes, that's a discovery. It makes it much harder for people to distance themselves from the findings. And I think that it's this accident of format that caused our work to have the impact it did. I
want to shift away from your early work to something that's been near and dear to you recently, and that's the subject of happiness. I mean, I'm sure it's always been near and dear to you, but I would love for you to get into something that I think can help people regardless of what they're interested in their life. And it's the idea of the remembering self and the experiencing self. And that out of the gate might sound very academic to just a regular audience listening, but I think it's a very important distinction that you've drawn. Why don't you just talk about the experiencing self and the remembering self out of the gate?
Well, sure. There are really two types of questions that you can ask people about how happy they are. So you can ask them, how do you feel right now? What is your mood right now? And that is, the self that answered this question I call the experiencing self, because it talks about what's happening right now. But when you ask people, how was your vacation? How happy were you during your vacation? Or how happy have you been over the last year? Or how satisfied are you with your life? When you're asking those general questions, you're asking for something entirely different. You are asking persons, how do you feel about your life? Now that you're thinking about your life, how do you think about your life? How that makes you feel? So how you feel as you're living and how you feel when you're thinking about your life are two very different questions. And it turns out that you can measure well-being, subjective well-being, in both ways, by asking people to report on their experiences or by asking people to think about their life and evaluate it. And different factors turn out to be important for experience and for life evaluation.
But there's quite a bit of confusion between the two. I mean, for example, I think you had a story about taking photographs on a vacation.
Well, yes. I mean, we seem to be planning our vacations. In many cases, we plan our vacations as constructing memories that for use in later consumptions, and photographs are symbolic of that. But in fact, my argument has been that if you look at it in terms of how much time people spend consuming their memories, then that is a negligible amount of time compared to the amount of time that they spend having experiences. And yet we put a disproportionate amount of weight on the consumption of memories.
Well, I'm sure you've observed this. You watch young people today. Everyone's got a smartphone, and it's a constant taking of pictures of themselves called selfies. And it seems like instead of living and experiencing the moment, everyone is trying to capture an artificial moment and capture a memory, but the experiencing's not there. I don't know if you've probably noticed this yourself.
Well, I mean, I don't do that, but certainly the ability to record so many things that are happening to you must be changing the experience of life, because you are evaluating your experiences as future memories. And in a way, when you're taking pictures of what you see, you're adopting a different stance on the experience itself. So certainly this is having an effect. What effect it has, at least I don't know. I haven't analyzed it.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening there. It doesn't seem like it's necessarily good or bad. It's all relevant, but or relative. But let me jump. I only got you for a short amount of time, and I want to jump to a couple different areas that I think are really important to my audience, and some very strong thoughts that sound very straightforward. But I think, for example, a quote of yours that I've seen: "A person who has not made peace with his losses is likely to accept gambles that would be unacceptable to him otherwise." Now, that can have meaning far different fields, but in my world of trading, of finance, of money, of Wall Street, that not making peace with a loss is this is the downfall of so many investors. And here you're coming at it. I don't imagine you were thinking through some of that work with investing and trading in mind, but it's foundational. I mean, every great trader knows what you just said is like, that's like written on the wall in some form or another.
Well, of course, we weren't thinking of specifically of investors, but it turns out there is research that demonstrates this. So we know about traders, how they trade in the course of the day, and if they've been losing, they take more risks later in the afternoon. So that seems to be, the idea of you haven't made peace with your losses. That means that you're trying to make up those losses. That tends to make you risk-seeking. And we do see a lot of evidence for that. And it probably is costly to traders. Now, I'm not, in the extreme cases, people, traders who trade so much that they can't make, peace with their losses. Some of them get caught up in cycles of fraud and, they become rogue traders. But those are the exceptions. But traders who are not rogue traders do tend to varying risk-seeking depending on the history of what's happened to them during the day or during the year.
Let me shift slight gears on you and talk about bubbles and crowd behavior. And generally, it seems, and I know your research goes there, but that when people get together in crowds, the decision-making changes.
Well, yes. I mean, what we see is we are, and that is probably biological, ultimately it's biological. It's following other people, so that when you see a lot of people running in one direction, we are by and large wired to run in the same direction. Now, a few very clever people will run in another direction, but the majority of us, we see the herd moving one way, we move with it. And that has large consequences, of course, for market behavior. By and large, what it causes people individually to do far less well than the market says they should, because they tend to come in too late when the market is rising, and they come, and so the people's timing is way off, and as a result of trying to follow the herd, they do much less well than they would do if they were basically adopting a policy and sticking to it.
Is there anything else you'd rather be doing in your life than this? I mean, I look through your work and the findings, and I just imagine you're terribly passionate about what you do.
Well, yes, I now do other things. I've retired from my academic career, and I now do consulting, which I enjoy just as much as I enjoy science. It's been a fun career, and the topic was fun. And when I started out this line of research, like 45 years ago with Amos Tversky, this was sheer fun because he was a very funny person with a really marvelous sense of humor, and we were laughing all the time. So we laughed for about 12 years doing our research. And what what made it funny was that we were studying our own biases and our own mistakes. Our point was not that people are stupid, because we never thought that people are stupid, and we never thought that we were stupid. But it's our own mistaken intuitions we were studying, and that must have been the best fun I've had in my life, those years of working on that topic.
Yeah, because I assume the two of you were just to some degree off on your own island and just doing your thing, and the rest of the world was there, but you were engaged 100% in your endeavors, and I'm sure that feeling must have been great.
Yes, it was. I mean, we were friends, and for more than 10 years, I think, we spent about half a day just together talking, which is very unusual in scientific collaborations. So we were extremely fortunate. We liked each other's company, and our topic was fun, and our topic was one that could be studied while having a fun conversation. That is, you examine your own intuitions, you raise puzzles, you see how the other responds, you develop theories and puzzles and intuitions at the same kind. It was great to do.
I watch leaders, often leaders making public policy, and near and dear to you is the topic of happiness that we just mentioned a second ago. But talk about happiness research and public policy. It seems like we're looking at the example of you and your partner at that time, and happy to go through this process, and you're learning and you're finding all these new things out. But it seems like so many leaders, when it comes to public policy, you don't ever hear anyone talk about happiness. It's just left out of the equation.
I think that's not quite right, actually. The official, the study of happiness is an official task within the UK government, and the UK government, the current coalition government, put in subjective well-being as one of the objectives of policy and one of the measures of policy. So trying to keep a happy population is rapidly becoming an accepted objective of policy. There have been, major international commissions. This is a measurement of happiness a formal measurement of happiness is now routine and part of policy in the UK, in Canada, in many European countries, in Australia. Things are beginning to move in this direction. And even in this country, there is serious talk of measuring, of implementing measurements of well-being. There are questions about how this is to be done, and whether we are ready for the measurement, and whether the measurement and our understanding of happiness is mature enough to base policy on it. So there's room for debate about that. But that there is increasing recognition of the role of well-being in policy, I think, is beyond doubt.
Let me go at a few more topics with you. Emotion. So much emotion in individuals, driven by possibility and not probability. I think that's probably intuitive, but it's not necessarily, when it comes to decision making, being driven by possibility versus probability leaves us with some not great results often, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, I suppose that what you're talking about is hope and fear. And so when you're looking at entrepreneurial activity, it is, we have argued, largely driven by optimism. So that when people take risks, at least that's my main understanding of risk, is that much of the time when people take risk, it's because they don't know the odds that they're facing. They're actually deluding themselves. So in my view of risk takers, they are, on the one hand, loss averse. They hate to lose. But on the other hand, they're optimistic, quite often to a delusional degree, so that they don't really know the true probability that they face of losing. And that's the combination that produces risk-taking, but it's mainly driven by optimism. And And you can see that in entrepreneurs, you can see that in people with discoveries and are trying to bring them to market. You can see that in people who start small businesses. You know, the average small business in the United States, there is 35% survival after 5 years, as I recall. But most people start a new business, assign themselves a probability of 80% or higher to be successful. So it's that delusion that keeps them going. And I've called optimism the engine of capitalism because it is, in that sense, very beneficial to society. But many people would not be taking the risk they take if they knew the risk they're taking.
You know, obviously, you've had a major dent in thought, in people investigating the issues that you've laid out, understanding, believing, knowing it's true. How much of a dent, though, I'm curious, do you think that something like prospect theory, how much of a dent has it really made in the sense, I mean, obviously you've made a dent, but the acceptance? Because when I look at, for example, you could look at the current U.S. equity market right now. I have no idea if it's fairly valued or not fairly valued, but we can all observe in the last 15 years some quite fantastic bubbles and some quite fantastic busts.
I don't really think that the advances in behavioral economics and behavioral finance, and I'm a customer, I'm not a producer of that, and I'm really not an expert, but my impression is that very bright people are working on this, very bright people are trying to develop theory, but it's early days for behavioral economics and behavioral finance. When you say, has it made a dent? Well, the answer is clearly yes, because in some of the major economics department and finance departments in the land have behavioral economics and behavioral finance as a central part of their curriculum. You know, the Harvard Economics Department, one of the best in the country, there are, you know, some of the major stars there are behavioral economists, and the best students are going there. Many of the best students are going there. So that you know that it has made a dent, because of what graduate students are doing is telling you something both about the recent past and about the near future. The near future, there's going to be a lot of behavioral economics going because many very bright scholars are going into the field.
Yeah, I should probably clarify myself. I obviously was not trying to say it hasn't made a dent, but I guess I was thinking more about the more established field of economics, the more rational side of the coin, where you're coming in it from a different perspective, and there's always going to be that conflict between the two.
Oh, I mean, there is. You know, I mean, there was something almost funny about the last Nobel Prizes that were given, because the Nobel Prize in Economics was given to two people, both of them students of finance, with radically different ideas. So that you have Eugene Fama, who is a traditionalist and believes in the rational agent model, believes quite passionately about it and in the rationality of markets. And on the other hand, you've got Bob Schiller, who is, who speaks about irrational exuberance and doesn't believe in the rationality of markets. So both of these currents are alive and well within finance. My sense is that there is a lot that the younger people may be drifting in the direction of behavioral finance, but I'm not sure. This is an impression that I get.
Can I get you to go back to your really early years for a moment? We've only got a few minutes left, but I would love for you to go back to as a young man, because I think when people listen to people that have had some achievement in their life and they've gone down certain paths, it's always nice to kind of look back and say, well, can I relate to that person? It's very difficult to relate to somebody that maybe receives a Nobel Prize, but can you relate to that man as a young man? And I'm wondering if you might talk about maybe some of your early experiences. And I think there was one experience, and I believe it was in France, and I believe it was with a German soldier. And you walked away from that changed.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell the experience. I mean, it was during the war. I was 7 years old, 1941 in occupied France occupied by the Germans. And they were beginning the measures against Jews. It wasn't extermination yet, but they were getting ready. And so the Jews were supposed to wear a Star of David, a yellow Star of David, and there was a curfew for Jews. And I was a first grader or a second grader, probably, and I was playing with a friend, and I went past the curfew. And so I put my sweater inside out and walked home. And then near home, in a place I still remember, this was in Paris, there was a German soldier facing me and walking towards me, and he was wearing a black uniform, which I knew, although I was only 7 years old, was a bad one because it was the SS that were wearing the black uniforms. And he approached me, and I must have been shaking. I don't remember every detail, but what I do remember is he stopped me, he called me, and he picked me up, and he hugged me, and I remember being terrified that he would see the yellow star inside my sweater as he was hugging me, and then he put me down, and he opened his wallet, and took out the picture of a little boy and showed it to me, and then he gave me some money, and I went home. And it was the complexity of that experience that here was a man, who was clearly quite ready and perhaps eager to kill people like me, but there he was. He was a son. He loved his son. I reminded him of his son. And it was the kind of experience of the complexity of human beings that has guided me. It has inspired, I think, a lot of my work. I've been curious about people all my life.
Yeah, I think a lot of people might be envious when and I highly recommend them to take a look at some of your books, but it's such a fun topic to be an observer of the human condition, just to watch people, to observe, and then to find things out that maybe you didn't expect to see. That's such a fun process.
Oh, yes, that's what I was saying. It has been a fun career.
Well, listen, I don't want to keep you. You were kind enough to take some time out today. I will go ahead and point people to any place you might want. It might just be Amazon to check out one of your books. I know you're not trying to sell anything or promote anything. People can go check out Thinking Fast and Slow is one book. I know there's quite a few.
Yeah, I mean, it's really is the only one that was written for the public, and it's still there. It's actually on the bestsellers list. It has been since it was published, I think. So it's easy to get. It's $2.99 on Kindle. I don't know why Amazon serves it like that, but that's how they sell it. Anyway, that's the book in which I told the whole story of my research and related research of other people. It's not an autobiographical book. It's a book about thinking and decision making.
Well, I love it. I mean, I love the topic. I think it's so foundational to my audience. And I still think there's probably some people out there that they say, well, Mike, you've gone off the deep end. Well, why does this gentleman at Princeton, or what is the relevance here? I think some people just don't get it, but there's quite a few that do. And I think they're appreciative to be turned on to new ways of thought and thinking. I appreciate all your work, and I appreciate you taking the time today.
Thank you very much for having me.
Next, let me introduce Laurie Santos. Thank you for taking a few minutes with me today. I think for my audience, and I have to give a shout out to a friend who runs a very popular financial blog called Pragmatic Capitalism, a guy named Cullen Roach, and he's got a new book out this summer. And I was reading his book, and I was like, this is terribly interesting. I must see if I can convince her to come onto my show.
Well, you have people like Vernon Smith and Danny Kahneman on there. People say,
But hey, listen, you have got some really cool stuff going on. And before we dive into maybe tearing apart some video work people have probably seen, like on TED and stuff, but I just wanted to kind of ask you right out of the gate, the aha moment when you must have started to see, oh wow, the monkeys, us, it's the same thing going on, and it goes back 35 million years. Those aha moments must have just been so fun and exciting for you.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I mean, I guess there are a couple aha moments. One was just thinking about studying this stuff in the first place. So I had started doing work studying how primates think about, some of the smart aspects of human cognition, right? Like what we know about tools and what we know about kind of thinking of other minds and deception, these very smart things that humans do. And whenever you're studying those kinds of capacities, what happens is that you get embroiled in these debates about, well, what counts as evidence? Do animals really use tools in the same way that humans do? Do they really understand physics in the way that, say, a human child does? And in part, those debates come from the fact that, humans are special and humans are smart in a way that no other species is. And so coming up with evidence that other primates are like us is sometimes hard. And so we were kind of taking part in these debates around the time of the financial collapse. And it just got us thinking, we hold humans to such high standards, but of course, humans are making these very characteristic errors too. Like, in some domains, we're not like the brightest bulb in the circuit. And so that's what kind of had the aha moment where we got to thinking, well, hang on, it might be really useful to study whether or not other animals are irrational like humans are. And that might give us some insight into where some of these tendencies came from. So that was kind of the insight that got us going. And then I ended up teaming up with an economist who was at Yale at the time, Keith Chen, and my fantastic grad student, Venkat Lakshminarayanan. And together we kind of came up with this idea of looking at these Kahneman-Tversky biases in the monkeys.
Yeah. Did you know, though, when you started to, for example, to teach monkeys about currency, the idea of exchange, I mean, did you have a feeling that they were going to adopt to it quickly, or was it all just brave new territory?
Well, in fact, there had been many comparative studies, even going back to things like the 1930s, that had used tokens with other animals, usually other primates. So we know that the animals could kind of use the tokens. In other words, we could train them to kind of trade a token for some food, but we really didn't know the extent of it. I mean, it really could have been a kind of party trick that animal scientists use to kind of get the animals to do something interesting. We had no idea how much they were treating it like a real currency, like a fiat currency, like humans use money. So that was really surprising to us.
Yeah, and as your main talk that many people have seen, this great title is the monkey economy as irrational as ours, and it ultimately is, isn't it?
Yeah. So, I mean, on the one hand, it's rational in lots of ways that our own economy is rational. So one of the first things that we did with the monkeys, we first kind of introduced them to these tokens. For folks that don't know, we do this work with capuchin monkeys. These guys live in a kind of big social enclosure. During testing, when they want to come out and get some extra food, they kind of tunnel into where we do the studies. They're by themselves, and we gave them a little wallet of tokens. And we first trained them that they could trade those little metal tokens, little metal washers, with humans for food. And they got that pretty quickly. So then what we did was to let the monkeys not just trade with one person, but to trade in a market. So the monkeys had a choice between different experimenters, usually different students in the lab, who sold different foods at different prices and different rates. And really what we wanted to see was whether the monkeys were rational in lots of the ways that human markets are rational. In other words, do they pay attention to price? Do they pay attention to risk? Do they do the kind of smart stuff that we do? And in a long series of studies, what we found out is that basically they do. They seem to pay attention to the price of different goods, so they'll shop in ways that maximize their return. They also pay attention to risk. So if experimenters do different things on different trials, the monkeys kind of track that and compute an expected utility for each person who's selling different goods. And they also paid a lot of attention to sales. So when one person's food went on sale, they ended up shopping more and buying more, which is exactly the kind of stuff you see in Econ 101, right? It's the kind of things that make us think that our markets are relatively rational. So they're not all irrational. They're smart in the spots that humans are smart. But the really interesting thing is that they also seem to be not so smart or more irrational in the spots where humans are irrational. So they seem to attend a little bit too much to losses. So they're loss averse, just like human consumers. That loss aversion ends up affecting the monkeys' risk preferences. So the monkeys get more risk seeking when they're dealing with losses. So they gamble more when they think they're in a situation of losing out. And we even found evidence that they show something like what folks call an endowment effect, this idea that you overvalue objects that you own. And this one was particularly surprising to us because we really didn't have any idea that animals tracked things like ownership. But when you make a capuchin monkey an owner of a particular food, they demand about twice as much to part with that food, just in the way that human subjects do.
You'll have to fill me in on the exact details, but the monkeys, their behavior within markets, you actually found this quantitatively matches human behavior. Why don't you talk about the data that you were using in that comparison?
Sure. So one of the things we wanted to study is really this kind of quantitative match between the monkeys and the humans. And to do that, we used a long-held human standard that people tend to treat or tend to attend to losses about twice as much as gains. So your risk of losing out will have to kind of pay you twice as much to risk losing as you would to gain. And so we wanted to see if we could see the same 2-to-1 matchup in the monkeys as well. And so the way we did that was to give monkeys choices between experimenters who didn't do exactly what the monkeys expected. So they appeared as though they were going to give a certain amount of food, but sometimes they gave more to the monkey, which would feel like a gain, like a bonus. And sometimes they would give less. So the monkeys would feel like it was a loss. Importantly, the monkeys, in all the cases we gave them, they got exactly the same amount of food. So the amount they got overall was the same, but we could vary whether the monkeys thought of it as a loss or a gain. And so one of the first things we saw is that the monkeys seemed to track these losses and gains. So if you gave them a choice between an experimenter who, say, showed one piece of food and gave that, so they show a little piece of apple and they give that, versus an experimenter who shows 2 pieces of apple but just gives 1, the monkeys tend to shop at the former guy. They shop at the guy who gives them what they said they were going to give them, even though, which is pretty surprising because overall, the monkeys are getting 1 piece of food from both experimenters. Why should they care? But they seem to frame that second option in terms of a loss. They seem to frame it as getting less. And so these were basically the methods we use. And using them, we could kind of calibrate, how much the monkeys would avoid a loss. In other words, how much they were paying attention to this loss frame. And it seemed to be quantitatively pretty similar to what we saw on humans. It's this sort of 2-to-1 ratio.
The types of monkeys that you used. You mentioned the species.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so these are capuchin monkeys, which were a fun species of monkeys to use for lots of reasons. So these guys are New World monkeys, which means they kind of evolved over in the New World, whereas humans, like the other apes, kind of evolved over in Africa. And that means that they're pretty distantly related primate species. So they probably broke off from our human line about 35 million years ago. So they're a relative, but a pretty distant relative. And so the surprising thing is that when we see similarities across capuchin monkeys and humans, and we assume that maybe our common ancestor had some of these irrational strategies, it suggests the strategies are pretty old, maybe even 35 million years old. And to us, that raises this really interesting conundrum. Right? Like, if these strategies are so bad for us, why have they stuck around for 35 million years?
As I was thinking about the experiments in your work, did you find monkeys that actually behaved in ways that it was rational for their own maximization? For example, in my world, there are traders that have strategies. And I think, for example, a great example would be Warren Buffett. There are traders that have strategies, even though there's many folks at the University of Chicago would say that nobody beats the market. I tend to think there are some folks out there that have figured out ways to find that edge and beat the market. But it's a much smaller percentage of the population. I mean, the vast majority of people are probably going to behave just like the data shows with your monkeys. Did you find monkeys, though, that behaved maybe, for example, like a Warren Buffett? Did you find ones that really had it, or were they all universally full of the biases that you might have expected?
Just as bad. Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, one of the issues doing work with other primates is that, unlike with humans, where you have a whole market of billions of people that you can study, with monkeys we're pretty limited. And so in these studies, we were usually testing somewhere between like 5 to 10 capuchin monkeys. So not a big scope to see individual differences. In that, all of the monkeys we tested seemed to show the framing effects. In other words, all of them were more risk-seeking when dealing with losses than gains, say. But we saw different magnitudes of those framing effects, and also interestingly, we saw some different risk preferences across the monkeys. So one of our more intriguing findings is that one of our monkeys, Felix, who was the alpha male at the time, he was risk-seeking in all contexts. So he would kind of like seek out risk whenever he could. it's hard for us to know, is that because he's the alpha male? Is it just kind of random chance? But it seemed to fit kind of with his personality of, being sort of a stock trader monkey and sort of wanting to seek out risk there. But even he showed the framing effect. He was risk seeking all the time, but he was more risk seeking for the losses than for the gains. So in our hands, it looks like many of the monkeys are pretty similar, but we probably didn't get the real scope of monkeys. We didn't have enough to see if there was really, a Warren Buffett or, one of these really strange exemplars who aren't showing these biases.
You've got time. We're all waiting. I mean,
I know. Well, one of the exciting new projects we have is to start looking at decision making in an even bigger population. So my students and I have set up a collaboration with Michael Platt, who's a neuroeconomist at Duke. And we're studying a bigger group of monkeys, this time rhesus macaques, who are a little bit more closely related to humans. But these guys live on an island in Puerto Rico. They're kind of a big free-ranging population of 1,000 monkeys. And the idea there is that we might be able to start seeing some real individual differences. It's only 1,000, but that's a lot bigger than 5 to 10. So there we might start seeing the kind of real range of differences that we see in humans. And another exciting thing about the population is that we can really look at how this affects the monkey's natural behavior. We have information about whether the monkeys are mating, whether they're successful, whether they have, friends, whether they're high up in the hierarchy. We can look at whether these different decision-making strategies actually tie to real outputs in the real world. Does it really affect the monkey's success, as a creature out there living in the real world? For the first time, we'll kind of be able to do this, and it seems like a really exciting opportunity.
I think one of the big things that I see in your work and just watching some of your presentations, the idea of the mistakes, these predictable errors. They are predictable. I mean, whether you're looking at something of no savings, the monkeys don't want to save, right? And at larceny, I mean, they might end up stealing when they realize this currency has got some real value. So these same predictable things that we can see within us human beings, you're seeing right there with the little guys.
Yeah, and as we've looked more and more at these different biases, I think we are constantly surprised at the similarities. But lately, and maybe even more interestingly, we started looking at some of the cases of differences, in particular spots where humans might be irrational, but the monkeys aren't. And that's some of the most recent work that we're kind of just sending off now for publication has started looking at some of these cases, spots where monkeys are more rational than us with their currency, as it were.
Are you able to give us any of the inside off the record of what the monkeys do better than us?
Yeah, so one of them that we actually didn't expect, we thought the monkeys would be just as irrational as people in this context, has to do with the connection between price and value. And so one way that I can make you think, a chocolate or a glass of wine is better is just to tell you it costs more. It turns out that both when it comes to the effectiveness of different medicines or the taste of different wines, merely telling you information about the price, lying to you and telling you it's more expensive can make something taste better, or can make a medicine even work better. And some neat work by a neuroscientist by the name of Hilke Plasman has shown that it's not just that you say the wine tastes better. In fact, if I stick you in a brain scanner and look at your reward networks, these reward networks will fire more for the same wine if I tell you it costs $50 than if I tell you it costs $10. So the exact same wine will trigger reward firing in reward networks more if you think it's more expensive. Of course, this is pretty irrational. We should treat the wine just based on its own subjective taste, not kind of how much we think it is. But we seem to confuse price and value in some interesting ways. And so we were interested in whether the monkeys would do the same thing. And initially we thought they might, in part because of our earlier studies showing that the monkeys seem to track information about price in exactly the same way as humans do. So they seem to respond to things like sales. They seem to adjust their consumption depending on price. And so we thought they seem to understand price like people. Will they confuse it in the same way that people do? And so what we did across a bunch of different studies is to introduce the monkeys to novel goods, teach them information about the price, and see if that affected whether or not the monkeys liked the goods. And across about 5 or 6 different studies, what we found was that the monkeys were, in some sense, purely rational when it came to the price and value. In other words, they just decided whether or not they liked the food, and telling them information that it costs more or costs less didn't affect their preferences at all. And this was pretty surprising to us, right? We see that this across so many contexts in humans, and it seems to hook into like our really basic reward firing in terms of how we think about price and context. And so this seems to be a spot where humans might be uniquely irrational. In other words, a spot where the monkeys are doing better than us.
I'm kind of like reaching out here in the dark for a second, but as I think about Vernon Smith's work and his experiments for which he won the Nobel Prize, and a lot of bubble work and watching irrational moves, and he says, it just surprised us. We didn't expect that just, even though people were in this kind of controlled environment, we didn't expect they would just create bubbles, but they did. And the funny thing he said to me too was like, we just never knew why. We could never, there was never really a real good reason we could put our finger on the foundation for the bubbles. They just happened. And I'm curious if you plan on your work just to keep expanding out in different directions as far as you can, is how the monkeys will work with you.
Yeah, it's a big open question, kind of where to go from here. These most recent pricing studies where we saw the monkeys weren't showing these effects kind of gave us a hint that one thing that might be different about the monkeys is how much in their own choices they pay attention to what other people are choosing and doing. And the reason we thought that is that the pricing effects in their heart are really about tracking the price that other people are paying for particular goods. So if I find out a wine bottle costs $10, I think, well, rich people probably don't like this that much. They have to, charge, it has to be really cheap for people to buy it. Versus I find out a wine is $500, I say, wow, this must be the kind of thing that people who have incomes higher than mine like a lot. But that means I'm tracking information about what other people think. And we've started to realize that this might be a big difference between human markets and the monkey markets. In other words, the monkeys are using this currency, showing some biases based on their own personal preferences, but they might lack biases that have to do with other people's preferences. And in that sense, looking at the bubbles might be particularly interesting. The monkeys might be less susceptible to these kinds of bubbles, in part because they're less susceptible to other people's preferences, what others are doing, what others are investing in. And we think that some of those kinds of social biases or social effects might be unique. Again, we still have to kind of do the right studies to look at this, but there are hints that some of the spots where people go wrong in markets and in everyday cognition comes from conforming to the behavior of others and kind of paying too much attention to what other people are doing. And we hypothesize that the monkeys might not be as susceptible to that.
Hey, let me get you to circle back for a second, if you will, to, you mentioned early on starting this work near the beginning of the financial crisis, after October of 2008, before October of 2008?
Well, it's definitely before October of 2008. I mean, we published our first paper on this work towards the end of 2006. Okay. And so we'd started some of the studies even before that. I mean, part of it was driven not by the newspaper reports, but by all the fantastic work by Kahneman and Tversky and others, really just showing how irrational people were. So it was kind of in the face of all of this evidence that people weren't so smart in some domains, kind of thinking of people as humans as this kind of paragon of intelligence. My students are both reading, how monkeys can never be as smart at using tools as humans. At the same time, they're reading, in social psychology class about Kahneman studies, and it just kind of didn't gel together. And so that was kind of how we jumped into this new work on irrationality in other animals.
Go ahead and paint that picture, though. How was your group, either you, others, this light bulb moment to connect these frankly different feeling fields? I mean, your research. I'm reading from your site, exploring the origins of the human mind by comparing the cognitive abilities of humans and non-human primates. This doesn't sound like Daniel Kahneman's work. So, what was that connective tissue that kind of bridged this gap and brought these different fields together? How did that happen? That conversation with either you and your peers?
Yeah. So, I mean, part of it really was just this insight that that humans aren't this really important kind of paragon of intelligence against which we're comparing other animals. And that happened across, a ton of different tiny conversations in my lab, right? Every time we try to publish a paper and say that, a capuchin monkey was like a human for X, Y, and Z reasons, we'd get reviews back that say, well, maybe, but have you considered this alternative explanation? And those alternative explanations get less and less convincing, but they're there in part because we think, they can't possibly be as smart as humans. And that was in part what kind of got me more reading the judgment and decision-making literature in behavioral economics, all these spots where people aren't as smart. And so those kinds of ideas were percolating around. And it was around that time that Keith Chen, the economist on which I collaborate with all this work, he took a job at Yale, and it was over drinks one night where we just kind of got to talking about this and decided, hey, this would be really fun to look at. The other part that helped us kind of along this path was the particular set of capuchin monkeys we got to work with at Yale. So the monkeys in the Yale colony came from Franz de Waal's lab at Emory University. And Franz and his collaborator, Sarah Brosnan, had done a long series of studies with this capuchin population, looking at their trading behavior, whether they care about fairness in terms of what others are getting paid and so on. And so we just lucked into a population of capuchins that had seen other monkeys using tokens and had a little bit of experience with this sort of token economy. And so the combination of kind of getting curious about whether they'd show these Kahneman and Tversky effects, along with the fact that the monkeys had a bit of experience with the tokens, kind of got Keith and I thinking about, well, let's just see what they think about these tokens. Let's see if they treat them like money. Let's see if we can use that to really study aspects of irrational decision making, kind of a la Kahneman and Tversky.
I implore my audience to go check out your videos and watch your full presentations. But I guess the big picture question, after all of this work and continuing work, is these biases that us human beings have and the monkeys, they're very difficult to overcome. Right. So this is not easy stuff. And as you make the point, the idea is to recognize the limits, to overcome them. But here's the big question to you. Do you really think, so 35 million years of this stuff, I think the overcoming is probably not going to happen quickly, is it?
Yeah, I think the main message from this work is that these strategies are unlikely to go away. They're unlikely to go away when you sit in an Econ 101 class and you learn how dumb they are. They're unlikely to go away when you explain to people about bubbles. They're unlikely to go away in all the ways we want to just tell people, look, just stop showing these dumb strategies. That's not going to be enough to get people to stop.
It's biological, is what you're making the point.
That's right. And I think what I think is that points to a couple things. One is it's another example of a phenomenon my colleague Tamar Gendler and I like to talk about. We've christened it the G.I. Joe fallacy. After the bad 80s TV show G.I. Joe, if you recall this show, it always ended with this kind of quip at the end where the G.I. Joe character said, and now you know, and knowing is half the battle. And so this is the G.I. Joe fallacy, is that knowing isn't half the battle. Just because your listeners hear about loss aversion and they hear how dumb it is, they're not going to instantly stop showing those effects when they go to the ATM machine or when they see an advertisement in their favorite store. The idea is just knowing about the bias doesn't immediately make it go away. And one of the reasons is that these biases might be a lot more ingrained than we thought. I am personally trying to watch my weight. It'd be fantastic for me to see sweet and fatty foods, just know that they're bad for me, and then instantly stop wanting to eat them. But that's just not how our cravings for food work. Those are deeply ingrained biases to seek out foods that would have helped us back in the evolutionary day, and we can't just shut that stuff off. In the same way, I think we can't just shut off some of these economic biases. They're going to be there, and that means we need to come up with creative nudges around them. In some sense, we have to use the biases to our advantage. And the great news is I think there are at least a couple economists and kind of creative thinkers who've come up with great ways to do that. Don't assume people will stop being loss averse, assume they are loss averse. And so how can you set up, say, a savings plan or other kinds of policies that we want that incorporate those biases and make us behave well kind of alongside them, use them to our advantage, as it were.
The tough thing, and not to name names, but I guess when I look at a system of a current political system, whether it's the right or the left, I look at the media conglomerates out there. I look at Wall Street. There's not a lot of people in those three spheres that frankly are aligned with the honesty of the conversation we're having tonight. I think they all have different motivations and different directions. Maybe there's some things that can happen on the margin, but it sure seems like I don't think a lot of people really want to give you the microphone in prime time on cable news to let you talk to folks about how things really work, because there's other people out there selling something that's a lot more something. And it's unfortunate, because it really is compelling. And, what are the reasons why there can't be more of more aha moments? And I think, it's honestly observing about, what is the acceptance of your work up against?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think there are a couple parts of the work that are tricky for people to accept. One is that we just don't like cognitive limitations, which is an interesting phenomenon that I find kind of fascinating, because we accept our biological limits, right? You and I are talking across technology. If we just tried to speak to each other with you being far away, we wouldn't hear each other. This is a biological limit, so we use Skype to talk to one another, right? If I was going to go meet you, I wouldn't try to walk there using my own biological endowment, my legs. I would probably take a car or a train or a plane or something. We're fine with overcoming our biological limits and using technology to do that. But when we start talking about our psychological limits, spots where we're not as rational as we might like, spots where we procrastinate too much, or spots where we eat too much, those kinds of issues have the same sorts of solutions. We could use technology and nudges to make all of those kinds of strategies work better, but we kind of feel queasy about it. And we feel queasy about it in a way that we don't when thinking about our biological limitations. And I feel like it's that queasiness that limits us a lot. I think right now in psychology, we have lots of hints about how we could make these biases work for people, how we could structure systems to make things better, and how we could nudge people in the right direction. But it's very hard politically to pull off those nudges, in part because people feel pretty queasy about nudging our loss aversion to do the right sorts of things. But I find it fascinating because we don't have that same queasiness when it comes to our biological limits. We overcome those all the time. I wear contact lenses, I take trains, all these things. But when it comes to our psychology, we kind of don't like it as much.
I guess the exciting thing is, though, even if we can't in a conversation like this or your work, if you can't get 100% of the population to accept and perhaps find a way to find a little change on the margins, some people will. And that's the positive thing. Some people will hear and go, wow, that's a light bulb moment. That's exciting. That's really cool. And they will adjust their life. And that's rewarding.
Yeah, and I think we've seen a sort of tipping point in that already. Look at Danny Kahneman's book, Thinking Fast and Slow. That was a book that was on the New York Times bestseller list for, I don't even know how many weeks. And that's a sign that people are taking some of these limitations seriously, and they're interested in working through them. And my guess is that as people see the effectiveness of some of these nudges, and the effectiveness of using technology and kind of cool new policies to overcome your limits, people might get more comfortable with it over time. And I think we need to, if we're going to be making better decisions, saving more for the future, helping our planet and not destroying it. All of these things require coming to terms with some of our psychological limits. And hopefully we'll just kind of allow ourselves to do that.
One more quick little question. Did you expect 5 or 6, 7 years ago that hedge funds, financial advisors, financial bloggers, authors in the finance space, Wall Street traders would be interested in your work? That's kind of cool, huh?
Yeah, it was more unexpected than you might think.
Clearly you've got the intellect and all that kind of stuff, but it's just it wasn't your field, so it's...
Yeah, it's funny to think that folks in the investment world want to hear about the behavior of a bunch of monkeys, but as we've learned, it might be more relevant than folks think.
Hey, Lori, listen, where's the best place for people to go to check out your work, your papers? Where should they go? Should they just Google you at Yale? Yeah,
it's our website is www.yale.edu/caplab, like Capuchin Lab, CAPLAB. So if you check that out, you can read more of our academic papers. There's lots of also popular articles. Folks can also check me out on bloggingheads.tv. A couple of folks at Yale and I run an online video blog where folks can hear new findings in cognitive science.
Well, I hope to be able to follow your research into the years in the future. Maybe I can convince you to come on again when all the new exciting monkey research comes out that tells us how we really are.
Definitely. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Laurie. Take care. My third guest on this show, author Steven Kotler. I just want to give a personal anecdote about myself because I have a feeling it's going to be right into your solar plexus of the world. So as a young man, 17, 18, I was good enough at baseball that I can remember there were certain points in time where that 90 mile an hour fastball just felt easy. I can still remember the feeling of hitting a few home runs where it just felt like, wow, I didn't do anything. And when I stopped baseball in my early 20s, there was this regret, and I couldn't necessarily maybe it's the competition that I was missing. But it was almost a depression. I've talked to other guys when they leave sports and they have this similar feeling, especially guys that go on to play professionally. Then in the mid to late 90s, I put my first website, and I remember I would get lost. I had to learn coding, and I would get lost in this for a 15-hour stretch, and I'd be so productive, and I'd be like, there's just a euphoric feeling, but I didn't connect it to the baseball feeling. And then time went on, and I put some books out, and I remember my first book had sold really well. My second book, HarperCollins, gave me a lot of money. And the first draft, I turned them in. Actually, it wasn't the first draft. The manuscript I gave them, they said, this is terrible. We don't like this. Well, it was very similar to my first book. But I was so mad, I turned around and I sat down and I just knocked this final manuscript out literally in like less than 60 days. It was like boom, 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 boom for 80,000 words. Time goes on. It was just there's this euphoric feeling of just in the middle of that. Time goes on. I get introduced to yoga. And then at the end of yoga, after, sweating your rear end off for 90 minutes, you just sit there and you're like, God, what am I? Am I drunk? I can see everything so clearly. And then there's one more on top of that. Last year in 2013, I took the stage about 45 times. I remember one day, I think I was somewhere in China, and I gave 7 presentations in one day. They were all about an hour long, generally the same material, but there was no notes or anything, really a couple slides. But I remember that feeling easy and this euphoria. And so this being on stage and euphoria, I have a feeling you know what's been happening to me and what I'm addicted to, don't you?
Those are great stories, Michael. Thanks for starting off there.
You know what's wrong with me, don't you?
I know exactly what's wrong with you. It's wrong with all of us. Definitely wrong with me.
So listen, talk about flow. And I guess Michael Jordan back in the day I don't know if it would be the same thing he would call the zone, but talk about flow, because that's what we're really talking about. Why don't we dig into that and tear it apart? If you want to give some feedback on what I just described, or just jump right into flow and let the audience know what I was going through.
Yeah, let's start with flow and then work backwards into your stories, because there's such great data in your stories that'll be fun to use as case studies. But flow, as you rightly pointed out, right, there are tons of synonyms for this word. The flow science, the study of this peculiar state you're talking about, dates back about 150 years. So we've had a lot of synonyms along the way. Peak experience, peak performance, runner's high, being in the zone. If you're a jazz musician, you're in the pocket. If you're a basketball player, you're unconscious. If you're a stand-up comic, you're in the forever box. Scientists prefer the term flow, and it's something of a technical term. It refers to the fact that when you're in this state, these moments of kind of total absorption, where you get so focused on the task at hand that everything vanishes, right? Your sense of self disappears. Time passes very strangely. Sometimes it speeds up. 5 hours will go by in like 5 minutes, slows down, and you can get that freeze frame effect. Anybody who's been in a car crash. And throughout, all aspects of performance go through the roof, right? Mental and physical. And they go so far through the roof that every action, every decision seems effortless, fluid, perfectly leads to the next. In other words, the state itself feels flowy. And when researchers went out to study this, especially kind of in the middle years in the 60s and 70s, flow was the term that kept popping up when people were talking about the state of consciousness. So, now we technically define it in the shorthand as simply an optimal state of consciousness where we feel our best and perform our best.
I always think back to watching, there was a certain point in time, maybe it was the late 80s, and Larry Bird was in a three-point contest, and he literally told everybody before it started for the NBA All-Star game, I'm going to beat you guys. Why are you even here? And the very last shot, he threw the damn thing up. I don't know how far, the three-point line is for the NBA. He threw it up and started walking away and put his finger up in the air before it even hit swish. I mean, it's, and he could apparently summon it on will.
So let's drill into what you just said, because there's a lot of actually cool data if we just break down what Larry was able to do. First of all, basketball and basketball literature is filled with great examples of flow. One of the most famous examples of group flow, which is kind of the shared collective version of the state, comes out of basketball. I'm blanking. I want to say Oscar Robertson, and I just lost his name. It'll come back to me in a second. But what Larry was talking about, so one of the things that happens in flow is your brain's pattern recognition system gets jacked up, right? So this is your ability to take in information more quickly. You talked about your senses feeling heightened. This is because norepinephrine and dopamine, two of the chemicals that underpin the flow state, the neurochemicals that drive it, amplify pattern recognition. So you're taking in more information per second. You're processing it more quickly, meaning you're making connections and links between it more quickly, and you're processing it using kind of a greater swatch of your brain, right? So you have a bigger database for the pattern recognition system to search through. What was happening to Larry, why he could turn around and walk away, right, is when your pattern recognition system is so jacked up, just kind of being able to put up the shot in the beginning, right? There was enough information coming in about trajectory and angle and everything else, and Larry had taken enough shots beforehand, everything was perfect, and he knew it before it even left his hand.
That's awesome, right? Isn't it just awesome?
It's amazing.
I mean, but as we're talking about basketball, if you think back to the great 80s battles with the Lakers and the Celtics, I think if you think back and one's old enough to have witnessed some of that, was there a flow state on both teams at certain points in time of that rivalry?
Yeah, so what's interesting here, at a broad level, right? You have to first know that flow is ubiquitous, right? It's not just sports. It shows up anywhere and anyone, provided certain initial conditions are met. That said, researchers now believe it underpins pretty much every gold medal and world championship that's ever been won. And in basketball, Adam Braun, the founder of Pencils for Promise, who was a point guard for the University of Rhode Island, and I teamed up and we wrote a Forbes blog about this very topic. Essentially, especially in something like the Final Four, you're looking at teams competing based on flow states. Who can get into more flow states more quickly? And usually the team that's in flow at the end of the game will win.
Yeah. I mean, I think a great example of that last year, I don't want to stick in basketball, but I was thinking about the University of Kentucky basketball team, which had all these star players, great freshmen. They really kind of muddled through the season. And then all of a sudden they got on a run and got to the finals. And clearly they got to the state.
Yeah, what's interesting about flow, there's two things underneath what you just dug at. The first is that what we now know is it's no longer this kind of elusive state that only kind of shows up when magic happens. We really understand, or really starting to understand, I guess, where it comes from in the brain. As a result of this, we're starting to understand that flow states have triggers, right? These are preconditions that lead to more flow. In basketball, when it's group flow, this kind of shared collective version, to have where a whole team comes together. People have this experience if they've sung in a church choir, or played in a band, or taken part in a brainstorming session, right? Or played a team sport, of course. And it's, you see it with a band, right? When the band suddenly finds their groove and the level of creativity just goes through the roof. Same thing on a basketball team. You see it when they find their groove and performance goes through the roof. I always think when you start getting a lot of no-look passes, I think passing, for whatever reason, is the greatest indicator of group flow.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You just kind of realize there's a whole just symbiotic type situation going on. Yeah.
It's the same thing Wayne Gretzky said when he said, I skate to where the puck is going to be. When group flow happens, because pattern recognition is jacked up so much, right? You can anticipate where the play is going long before it actually happens. So you can put you can make a pass to where the player is going to be, 3 steps later. And that's astounding. Magic Johnson, to go back to your 80s example, was the king of this.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, why don't we talk about the 4 stages of flow? I saw these the other day and I thought, my gosh, this is what I've been struggling with for the last year and a half. So for the last 18 months, approximately, I've been working on research. And, sometimes you just beat your head against the wall and you're like, where is this all going? Where is it going? Where's it going? And then all of a sudden I've noticed in the last month, I've just kind of relaxed. And I'm going through your work and I'm like, okay, I think I know where I am now. Why don't you talk about the 4 stages?
They're really critical. At the Flow Genome Project, right, I don't know how many people we've taught this material to, 50,000, 100,000 people at this point. And the most important thing we can tell you about kind of amplifying the amount of flow in your life is about the flow cycle. The idea here is we used to think flow was a binary, right? Like a light switch. You're either in the zone or you're not. And we now know that's not true at all. Flow is actually a 4-stage cycle. And there's different neurobiology, so different things happening in the brain and the body underneath each stage, right? And you have to move through all 4 stages to restart the flow state. So this, first of all, at a macroscopic level, tells us something important, which is you can't live in a perpetual flow state because a number of stages in the cycle are kind of anti-flow. They feel exactly the opposite of the state, right? But what you can do, and knowing where you are on this map seems to facilitate, as you've just pointed out, you can move through the whole cycle more quickly, right? At the front end of a flow state, you have a struggle phase. In this phase, it's skill acquisition, basically. You are loading and overloading the brain with information, right? As if you're a writer, this is your research phase. If you're a baseball player, this is learning to keep your eye on the ball and, swing a bat, et cetera, et cetera. It is really kind of, you're building up the brain's database. And it's very, very slow and painful. And it's called struggle for a reason. Harvard cardiologist Herb Benson gave it that name. He was the guy who mapped a lot of the neurobiology underneath the state originally back in the 90s. He gave it that name for a reason, right? You are literally taking yourself to the brink of madness. You want to keep going until you're unbelievably frustrated. And then you want to quit. Because the second stage, as you also just pointed out, is known as release. Right? You are literally taking your mind off the problem. If you want to look under the hood, right, what's going on here is you are trading conscious processing for subconscious processing, the unconscious. And there are really good reasons for this. You're doing it because the conscious mind, even though it's extremely powerful and can do amazing things, it's also very slow. Thought moves about 150 miles an hour. It's very, 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 very energy inefficient. It burns a ton of calories, and your brain already burns a ton of calories. It's 2% of your body weight, but consumes 25% of your energy at rest. So when it's all fired up, it's using massive amounts of calories. To give you an example, chess grandmasters literally sitting at a table pushing pieces of wood around burn 7,500 calories in a day, which is as much as or more than a marathon runner. So very inefficient, very slow, and very limited in RAM, right? Your working memory holds about 4 items at once. It can go out to 9, but about 4 items. On the subconscious side, it's really, really fast. It is extremely energy efficient, and it can hold, at this point, we don't know, an infinite number of items as far as we can tell, right? So you're making this trade. To do that, you have to literally take your mind off the problem. So there's lots of different ways of doing this. You can go for long walks. Gardening is something I like to do. People build model airplanes, something that kind of involves your hands and your mind and, gets you a little bit of exercise, but not too much. One thing for sure that doesn't work here is television. It messes with your brain waves in a specific way and doesn't actually allow you to go into flow and relax, right? Once you can take your mind off the problem, you kick into the flow state itself, which is the 3rd stage of the cycle. And the flow state is an incredible superhuman high, right? Performance goes through the roof, productivity, motivation, creativity, all these things are incredibly jacked up. Learning, to give you another example, in studies done by the U.S. military, they discovered that in-flow snipers learn target acquisition skills 230 times faster than normal. To give you another example, they redid that experiment, and took novice archers and trained them up to the expert level by putting them into flow and then training them, and they found they got there in half the time. So Malcolm Gladwell's 10,000 hours to mastery, what the research says is flow can cut it in half, right? So this huge boost in performance and productivity and everything else in flow. That's the third stage of the cycle. The fourth stage is a recovery phase. And this is really hard for people to navigate for a number of reasons. The first is flow is a very expensive state for the brain to produce. It requires certain neurochemicals, and these require certain minerals and vitamins and food, et cetera, to create, and you burn through them. There's a limited supply. It takes a little while for the brain to make more. And without these chemicals, not only are they performance-enhancing chemicals, but they're some of the most potent feel-good chemicals the brain can produce. So it's a big high followed by a deep, dark low that is really, really difficult, as you kind of pointed out in your introduction. The state is very, very addictive. Researchers don't like the word addictive, so instead they call flow the source code of intrinsic motivation, or autotelic, which means an end in itself, right? But what it really means is that once you start doing something that produces flow, you will go extraordinarily far out of your way to get more of the state. So you've got this really addictive state, maybe the most addictive state on earth, followed by this kind of very mortal, all too human, it's all gone feeling. And it's really critical to hold it together in this stage for two reasons. One, if you get stressed out that you're not in flow, which is not uncommon, it happens all the time, and start producing too much cortisol, which is the stress hormone. A little bit is good, it boosts learning, but too much, and you block learning. You basically kick the brain over towards a fight or flight response that blocks learning. And as a result, you'll get the short-term boost of a flow state, but you won't get its long-term benefits. The other thing is, since to restart the whole cycle, right, to get more flow, you have to move from this recovery phase into the struggle phase. And if you're really not up for it in recovery and you're not really relaxed enough for your body to recover, you're going to find it impossible to get up for the serious fight of struggle.
God, you must have just, when this hit you, when you understood what you were in the middle of in terms of this research and writing, that alone must have just been a high. I mean, an unrelated high, but I'm just saying, just absolutely fascinating to piece this together.
You have to understand, to me, because I started this work 15 years ago. And when I started where most people had started, which is I thought I was looking at quasi-mystical experiences. And I got interested in kind of the neurobiology of so-called spiritual experiences. And I started to realize that, a lot of what people were calling spiritual experiences were actually flow states. Now, I was not, by the way, the first person to realize this. A lot of other people have realized it. Sure. It just took me a while, to get there myself. But I remember thinking at the time, and this was in the late 90s, damn, I am just not going to live long enough to see these puzzles solved. We're just not going to get there. They're too big. It's too weird. How are you going to ever figure out something like how does time slow down, right? In deep, deep flow states, time slows to a crawl. What the heck is that? Well, turns out we learned, that in flow, one of the things that's happening is parts of the brain are shutting down, including large swatches of the prefrontal cortex, the kind of foremost part of your brain that houses your sense of will and morality and complex decision-making and your sense of self. Turns out, David Eagleman at Baylor figured out that time is calculated all over the prefrontal cortex, and when parts of it start to wink out, right, turn off in flow. And some of this is essentially an efficiency device trying to save energy because so much is being burned up in the state. But when parts of the prefrontal cortex are shut down, we can no longer calculate time. So past, present, and future kind of blur together into what researchers call the deep now.
The moment of now, right? I've seen you call it the elongated now, the eternal moment.
The deep now. The elongated now was Philip Zimbardo, a Stanford researcher. That was his term for it. But by the way, when time is removed from the equation, of course, this has an enormous performance benefit because all of our kind of fears and hopes take place outside of the present moment. They're in the future or in the past, right? So when those things get shut off, we are literally getting out of our own way. We're really free from a lot of stuff, which is why risk-taking goes way up, creativity goes way up.
So this also explains why I love to watch some of these Alan Watts YouTube videos, a man constantly reminding us about the moment of now.
There's a lot of research about it, right? I mean, this is literally, arguably, the oldest trick in the book, right? It's, trace any one of the world's wisdom traditions all the way back, and you're going to find kind of technologies, what Elade called, technologies of ecstasy, but ways of driving attention into the now. Because really amazing things happen when all of our attention is focused on the present moment.
I saw someone pepper you with the question about getting to flow state with drugs. And I thought it was great. And your response was, well, it was difficult to get there. And you can elaborate on this. Difficult to get there, if not impossible, artificially. But you described the street drugs that would correspond to the neurochemicals that are going on in our brain and what you would have to. Could you relay that? I was really fascinating how you described the street drugs and how they corresponded.
Let me give you a little context for this. So back in the 60s, 70s, there was this huge problem with kind of heroin addiction going all, it was everywhere. But people had this question, which is, how is it we knew about neurochemicals and we knew that neurochemicals were these like lock and key systems, right? But what nobody could figure out is how heroin, the poppy plant, had been only around for 4,000 years. So what the heck was it doing in the brain that was fitting into this lock and key system, right? So why were we getting addicted, basically? And what we discovered is that every one of the street drugs, right, which is an exogenous, meaning external to the body, chemical, has an endogenous, meaning internal to the body, mimic, right? And the first one was discovered was endorphins. Endorphins are the brain's natural version of opiates, like heroin and morphine and OxyContin, things like this, right? Except the brain's version, incredibly more powerful. The most common, there are about 20 different endorphins in the brain. The most common one is about 100 times more potent than medical morphine, right? In flow, you get 5 of these chemicals. You get dopamine. Dopamine is so cocaine is widely considered the most addictive drug on earth, right? All that happens when somebody snorts cocaine, or not all, but most of what happens is it forces the brain to release a neurotransmitter called dopamine, right? It is the most potent reward drug the brain can produce. In laboratory experiments, when they give rats access to kind of dopamine, basically they put electrodes into their brains. They can give them a button that they can press to stimulate these electrodes. The rats will starve to death pressing this button. They will literally stop eating because it's so much fun to press this button. We behave basically the same way when exposed to dopamine. You get anandamide, which mimics the kind of it's an endocannabinoid, so it mimics the same psychoactive in THC and marijuana. You get serotonin, which is what shows up in MDMA and ecstasy, also in LSD and psilocybin or magic mushrooms, depending on which pathway the molecule takes in the brain. And you also get norepinephrine, which is essentially our natural version of speed. So you get 5 of the most potent kind of street drugs possible. And the craziest part is you couldn't cocktail the street drugs, right? You would end up in a coma or dead. Some of them cancel each other out. Cocaine and ecstasy, for example, dopamine is more potent than serotonin. So it'll swamp the ecstasy and people will only be on cocaine. So you couldn't even do it, right? It's not actually possible. And the brain has figured out, not only how to cocktail these things together, but how to do it in a way that gets like the very best out of each of them. It's really an astounding state. It's really astounding the brain figured out how to maximize performance in this way.
Dig into the example of being in the flow state on stage. One of the things that I've noticed when I'm on stage, I can prepare, and if I have some slides, great, whatever. But when I get on stage and they say go, something happens. And then when it's over, I generally don't remember what I said.
Yeah, I don't know. I give a ton of speeches. And 90% of the time, by the time I get to my last slide, I have the same reaction. Oh, crap. This is the last slide. How did I get here? I must have missed something. What did I forget? And it happens all the time. It's happened so much now that I know that like when that feeling comes, it's actually a sign that I've given a good speech and I can relax. But, I've had that experience so many times. And so this gets into some interesting stuff. The first is that flow states have triggers, as I pointed out. Big picture, right? All these triggers are simply ways of kind of grabbing hold of our attentional system and driving focus and attention into the present moment, right? Onto the task at hand. The most obvious of these is what's called high consequences, right? You need to take risks to get into flow, right? Physical risks work great, which is one of the reasons that action and adventure sport athletes are so phenomenal at reproducing flow. But you don't obviously have to take physical risks, intellectual risks, emotional risks, social risks. The cool thing about social risks, and this includes public speaking, is that the brain can't actually tell the difference between social pain, social fear, social risk, and physical pain, physical fear, and physical risk. They're literally processed by the exact same neuronal structures. And that sounds really strange until you realize that, 250 years ago, you screwed up socially, right? And you got kicked out of the tribe, exiled or banished, which was really incredibly common. It was a capital sentence, right? You couldn't survive on your own in the wild. It wasn't really possible. So the brain treats these as the same, which is why public speaking, right, is the number one fear in the world, right? And it's not something like getting mauled by a grizzly bear. You would think it's the grizzly bear, right, from an evolutionary perspective, but no, it's public speaking.
But hold on. But guys like me and you that have been there, now it's like, just give us the stage so we can get our fix.
Agreed. But there is still, I don't know about you. I've been talking in public 20 years now. I don't know how long time. But I still I look out at the audience and I still, it's the first couple of seconds of the speech, it grabs hold of my attention. It doesn't matter. I'm in a room and there's, 2,000 people in the room with me. My body reacts kinesthetically and unconsciously to their presence. And there's not, it's gonna drive attention into the now, for sure. And, there's more going on than that as well in terms of there's kind of more flow triggers packed into public speaking, but most people find who get good at it, right? Who becomes an income stream for them and, really good at flow, right? And you see, by the way, not just public speaking. When we talk about screen presence, of course we're talking about flow.
You mean screen presence? You're talking Hollywood acting, whatnot.
Yeah. When you see anybody on stage, it could be a musician, it could be an actor, screen presence in the movies, on television, you're looking at flow.
I watched The Godfather 1 and 2 recently again. For what reason, I'm not sure. It came on TV. I can't turn it off. But to watch Brando, to watch Pacino, you can't stop. They're just, everything they do in those movies is amazing.
Method acting, right? What's the goal there? The goal is to get so far inside your character that you disappear and the character can take over. Method acting means putting yourself deep into the struggle phase, right? Until you have kind of learned everything you can about that character. And then you literally relax into that character and can become that character. It's an automatic process. And it's, on a certain level, method acting is all about how do you train yourself up to get into flow when the time comes.
Obviously, you are putting forth a lot of effort in this area with the Flow Genome Project, your writings. It's probably, people have experienced this, but connecting the dots like you've done is not something most people have probably achieved. So I'm sure there's going to be quite a few people who are going to listen to this conversation and go, wow, light bulb moment. But the military, the United States military, and perhaps other militaries around the world, have been in this area of research for a long time. This is like mission critical. So I assume if I was to bring this conversation up, and I had a buddy in San Diego a couple years ago who was a SEAL, I mean, this is probably par for the course of those guys.
So, couple of things. Look, as you pointed out, military has definitely been here. There's 150 years worth of flow research dating back, to the 1870s. Recently, both the military and action adventure sport athletes have been very, very, very deep into this. And we consult, through the Flow Genome Project with both categories, right? We've been privileged to work with both both groups of people. But the reason most people don't hear about it is, right, neither the military nor action adventure sport athletes really want you to know about it, right? The military needs the advantage over their enemies, obviously. And action adventure sport athletes, they want to win. They want to beat the other guy. Neither of these groups are really sharing, right? And simultaneously, and this is sort of where I got lucky in a sense, researchers involved in this, because it's so complicated. There are so many different disciplines that kind of merge together, were really not talking to one another. So, I mean, and really, I mean, people who would work on the psychology of flow were not talking to people who were working on the neurochemistry of flow. We're not talking to people working on the neuroelectricity of flow. You know, it was very, 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 very balkanized. So there was a great opportunity to just bring all this stuff together. And that's, I mean, literally when the Flow Genome Project started, right, it started out with me saying, okay, let's just get all the smartest folks in the world on this topic together in one room and see what happens. And what actually happened, because we did that very early on in the Flow Genome Project, before Rise of Superman came out, the term was so loosely defined and there was not enough kind of broad understanding of all the sectors that the conversations went all over the place. And one of the reasons I wrote Rise of Superman was I felt you just had to put down in one place at one time all the research, everything that's been done in one place, so everybody could get on the same page and we can start having the more interesting conversations.
You know, as I'm thinking about you talking about this, I'm thinking the idea of comfort. And society, as we've evolved to in 2014, has developed so many hacks for comfort. Everybody has to be comfortable. If somebody's doing something wrong or they're not pushing themselves too hard, well, don't say anything. You don't want to mess up their comfort. But the reality is, I listen to you talk, you know, risk is not just necessarily something, you know, risk can be defined as loss. You know, what are you willing to lose? But taking that risk, if you don't take a risk, if you don't get uncomfortable, if you're not a little uneasy, if it's not difficult, you're not going to get to these achievement levels in whatever your endeavor might be unless you do that. I mean, the risk is mission critical.
There's another one of Flow's triggers. Probably its most famous trigger is what's known as the challenge skills balance, right? And this was discovered by Mihai Csikszentmihalyi, who many consider the godfather of flow psychology. He was the chairman of the University of Chicago Psychology Department back in the 60s and 70s, performed kind of the largest global flow study anybody's ever undertaken, learned a ton of stuff, including kind of the challenge skills balance. And the idea here is that our attention is most focused on the present moment when the challenge of the task at hand, right, the challenge of what we're about to do or what we're trying to do slightly exceeds our skill set, right? Not a lot. We want to stretch, but not snap. But stretching, you know, even in this way, also means taking risks. It means pushing yourself past your comfort zone. To really, really hack flow, you have to get really comfortable with being uncomfortable. You know, by the way, this is not just flow theory. If you kind of look at Anders Ericsson and expert performance theory, right? The challenge skills ratio is fundamental in expert performance theory. It's known kind of across the board. There's so much research on this. It's kind of silly at this point. But to bring out our very best, you have to constantly be stretching, constantly be uncomfortable. And what's interesting here is there's a lot of correlation. People who are really good at hacking flow tend to perform very, very well for perseverance and grit and things like that. And there's this mistaken idea that you know, to get yourself into flow, you have to take on these huge challenges, right? You don't. It's a load. You want to be uncomfortable, but you can't push yourself too far, because if you get too anxious, if there's too much fear, right, you're going to start to move yourself out of the flow sweet spot and into fight or flight. Very different things happen in the brain, right? Fight or flight reduces your options, basically. In fight or flight, you have three choices. You can fight, you can flee, or you can freeze. Flow is options wide open. It's an extraordinarily creative state. It's the opposite of that. If you start to move into fight or flight, it actually shuts down the brain's pattern recognition system. You won't be able to come up with those new ideas in flow. So you want to stretch but not snap, but you have to do it day in, day out, year in, year out. So there's a willingness to push forward that is always there.
You mentioned Anders. I'm going to have him on my show too. I use my Florida State alumni connection there to kind of pull him in and say, come on, Anders, you got to come on. Hey, I got one last question for you, Stephen. What do you want to know at this moment in your life, this moment of all these years of research? What do you want to know about flow that you don't currently know yet?
This is essentially the goal of the Flow Genome Project. What we want to do is, right, we want the source code. What that really means is we've got about 150 years of flow psychology. We've got about 25 years of flow neurobiology and physiology, right? So mind and brain, we've got a handle on, and we're starting to get a pretty good handle on. Body, it's kind of a black hole because the measurement technologies we've needed to kind of link all these things up haven't shown up until very, very recently. So what we want to do is map the psychology onto the neurobiology, onto the physiology to create kind of a heat map for flow, right? So that's at a large level, that's what I want. At a much smaller, simpler level, the first thing we're working on right now is a biophysical detector for flow, because we've got phenomenally well-validated psychological metrics, subjective questionnaires, but we'd like something objective. We'd like something biophysical. So that's what we're working on right now.
Fascinating stuff. If I was not doing what I'm currently doing, and this is the type of, what an exciting place to be in chasing down this learning path. I wish you all the best. Thanks for coming on today. And there's a couple different places that people can go to check you out. What websites can we send people to, Stephen?
StephenKotler.com, theflowgenomeproject.com, and riseofsuperman.com.
Yes, I have not mentioned that yet, but The Rise of Superman is your book that came out this year, which dives into this subject deep, and I think you will definitely have inspired people to check that out. Good stuff, Stephen. I could talk to you all day. I promised only 45 minutes. That's about where we're at, but I could keep pestering you questions, and we could get into the itsy bitsy details, but I think people are going to have to go dig in and do a little reading.
Well, thanks, Michael. It was a ton of fun.
Next, Anders Ericsson from Florida State, the deliberate practice expert. Let me jump in with my first observation. And this is just kind of a big picture idea to get the audience into the direction where we're going to go. But I don't know if you saw the news the other day, and of course you follow a lot of sports figures, but Stephen Curry is probably the best basketball player in the NBA today. He's not a very big guy, so not huge physical attributes or anything, but he has hit three-pointers like they're going out of style. And the other day he just rocketed up. I think he had 12 in one game, which was an NBA record. And I posted something on my Facebook. I said, wow, and I just finished reading Peak, and I said, this is all a result of deliberate practice. And immediately somebody jumped in and said, oh no, he was born with it. His father played in the NBA. It's the genes. And I thought to myself, I wonder what the professor would say.
I think we know of a number of father and sons that were successful in sports. And I guess it kind of raises the issue here of, why does that happen? And I think there are basically, two sort of extreme accounts. One would be, that you're born with the genes that allow you to do it. The other one is that you're basically born to a father who very early on helps you basically guide your practice in such a way that once you reach adolescence and adulthood, you've now had this practice history that can explain now your superior performance.
You've spent your adult life, and you say this clearly, studying the secrets of extraordinary performers. This has been your passion. Why don't you go back in time and let the audience start to understand how this became your passion? What were the triggering moments early in your life? If there was probably more than one triggering moment, but if there's any particular moment where you really would have started to have for yourself the aha moment of like, wow, I really want to go down this this practice route, this deliberate practice route. Where did that start for you?
I think I would go back to pretty almost high school, where I guess I was, and I think a lot of people are interested in trying to understand how they can get better. I was interested in reading biographies and look at people who I really admired. And I guess as I started my doctoral work, I kind of wanted to understand the thinking, to kind of find a method that could tap into what the experts were thinking when they, were exhibiting this superior behavior. And I think that was kind of the key step here, because at that time, there wasn't really all that much work. People were very skeptical as to whether people actually could report anything, relevant that could explain sort of their superior performance. What I found was that when I studied task after task, people were reporting information that really helped to understand how they were able to, achieve a higher than average performance. Now, the next step, I guess, was when I was invited to go and work with Herb Simon, who later got the Nobel Prize when I was a postdoc in his lab. The reason why I came to him was to really kind of put the ways that people express their thinking when they're engaging in activities within a theoretical framework that would help us sort of relate that information to models that could regenerate superior performance on various tasks, ranging from chess to mental multiplication and other kinds of activities. And then I kind of started working with one of the senior professors at Carnegie Mellon University, where Herb Simon was at the time. And we were interested in, is it possible for people to change sort of your capacity? And at that time, people thought that your short-term memory, how much you could think about at a given time, was really capacity that couldn't really be changed. And one way to study individual differences in that capacity was to read people series of numbers and see how many numbers would they be able to repeat back perfectly. What they found was around 7, which is, I guess, a phone number pretty much.
That's it. Just 7 at that time.
Well, that was sort of the average performance. If you put somebody into a lab situation and read them series of digits, they were basically able to get 7 numbers 50% of the time. So that was kind of their limit. They would be even better if you only read them 6 digits, and they would be virtually perfect if you only read them 5. But basically, the number of digits that you could hold on to and report back exactly in order was on the average 7. And I guess there's a famous paper that says 7 plus minus 2. So basically something between 5 and 9 kind of captured what average people could do. We then started to ask the question, if you give people practice on that particular task, can they actually improve performance? What we found a volunteer, and that volunteer, after about 40 hours, was able to do over 20 digits. So basically, by now collecting verbal reports on what changes in his thinking processes were developing along with his increased ability to do this task, we got a better understanding here on how people could improve their memory in this particular task. And with even more training, he got it so he could actually recall sequences up to 80 digits. And we trained basically a friend of his, and he was able to get over 100. And we've studied some people now recently in China who at the time had the world record, and they're able to do over 300 digits.
At this time, were you starting to, was the insights as to how to break through those thresholds, those were starting to piece together for you and your team and your associates at that time?
Yeah, and I think that was kind of a key insight that came actually a couple of years later when people were starting to ask me, who cares if you can remember digits? So, okay, you've shown here that this performance, which seems incredible, is trainable, because obviously when you train an individual, the same genes, the person's genes and the DNA doesn't change just because you give them training. I mean, it's obviously the same in the beginning of training as in the end of training. The key question then was, and the way I started to think now, we're focused on if you can train that particular performance and that particular task, can you actually use training to improve performance, not generally, but basically improve it on other tasks like planning when you're making chess moves or when you're making medical diagnoses. And I think that was kind of the key insight, that if you could train one specific task, and that was consistent with what we found even in the memory for digits case, because if we tested this guy who could do 80 digits, he could only do about 6 consonants. So it was a very domain-specific skill, so he actually was able to improve his performance and his memory capacity, but it was limited now to a particular type of material and a little bit to the kind of characteristics of the task more generally. But if you apply this generally now and ask, if you give somebody else a different task, can you actually design training such that this individual will be able to break through sort of the performance that they, currently have?
Now, the practice, at least if we stay with the numbers memorization example, the practice, this was not just, and to use some of your terminology, this was not just naive practice. This was very purposeful practice. You might want to take the audience down the path as we start to break this apart, thinking of what purposeful practice is compared to what maybe many of us novices might think of as practice.
One of the keys, if you're going to practice, is that you get immediate feedback on your performance. And I think that is one thing that when people are, especially in professional context, you often have to wait to know whether you were right. So a doctor diagnosing a patient, they obviously will try to do the best they can, but they really don't get feedback on whether they were accurate or not until much later, and sometimes never. In this kind of memory task, we could tell him immediately, once he tried to recall the digits, whether he made any mistakes. So that actually gave this feedback loop. So he could actually, think about what he was generating, and he kind of formed meaningful associations primarily to running times, to group them into, 3 digits that would be sort of a mile time. So 4 minutes and 32 seconds would be, a very good mile time for basically an amateur athlete. He was then able to kind of realize when he made mistakes how he could then try to experiment and come up with new types of ways of encoding the digits that allowed him then to progress and be able to remember longer and longer sequences of digits.
And to jump to another example, which I just find fascinating, and I'm sure the audience will, and you can take as much time as you'd like to give as much color as you like, but and having once lived in London and witnessed and observed the street setup in London and how the taxis worked, and I walked those streets like crazy back in the mid-1990s. But taxi drivers in London are a special breed, and they have to go through intense training, and they have to learn a lot about London streets. And that learning, and this is why this book Peak that you've put together with your co-author is fantastic. That learning, the learning of the streets by the taxi drivers in London, this changes the brain physically. I mean, there's an altering of the brain. Why don't you start from the beginning with your London taxi driver story? It's just incredibly fascinating.
I think the taxi driver story is particularly interesting because here we're talking about people, cab drivers, who aren't really special in any way, and in fact they've tested their cognitive abilities and found that they're pretty much normal people. But given that they have, in order to sort of pass this test that allows them to be cab drivers, they will be tested on given arbitrary kind of starting points and end points, and then they have to, from memory, kind of report what would be the most efficient path to take a passenger between those destinations. And this is something that they've done now well before we had GPS and all this electronic help. And it ended up taking actually, many years of training for these people to pass this qualifying test. And essentially what you found was that the end time they kind of learned some, over 10,000 streets and all their kind of interconnections. And when basically McGuire in England tested, she scanned their brains, you found that actually these individuals who had achieved the mastered the map, actually their brains had changed. Way of understanding here how increased memory can actually influence the basically the structure of the brain, and there's now plenty of other examples. But her study was so interesting because she actually analyzed and compared now cab drivers to bus drivers who are driving just as much, and in a sense have just as much experience, and found now that the bus drivers did not exhibit these brain changes that were associated now with mastering the map of the London streets.
One of the more interesting and cool aha moments that I think any of us learned people that want to learn about how things really work, it's just one of those great moments where you're like, wow. And I think it gets even more interesting is that the learning of the streets by these taxi drivers in London. This is all about, as you will describe in our conversation today, deliberate practice. But, and correct me if I'm wrong, if one stops being a taxi driver, if one ceases to do this particular skill for, let's say, a decade, will you see a regression in the brain changes? Will the brain changes revert to the mean, so to speak?
We see that in a number of domains, that maintaining the practice is really key for maintaining high levels of performance. And I think a lot of people will recognize that when they stop exercising, their performance after a couple of years reverts back to the normal level. And that seems to be a key in all the skills that we've looked at, that without practice, you basically revert back to where you started if you wait long enough.
There's some great examples in your work beyond even the book that we're talking about today. For many skeptics out there, though, I think they might look at some of these quote child prodigies, and they might try to draw inferences and conclusions. I can think of two in particular that you discuss in your book, and I'm going to let you choose which one you might want to exemplify in our conversation. Mozart, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, fantastic example. Everyone knows some general understanding of the brilliance of this very small child at a young age. And also somebody who's been on my podcast before. I think she was the first female chess grandmaster, and her sister, I think, is the current one, which would be Susan Polgar, has appeared on my podcast. I don't know if you might want to elaborate for the audience out there that wants to say, but Professor Mozart, he was a child prodigy. He was born with it. Susan Polgar, or all of her sisters, they're all chess brilliance. What does practice have to do with this? Pick one of those examples and run with it, Professor.
Let's take Mozart, because I think he would be the one that most people be familiar with. And I guess what we're saying is you need to look at Mozart's upbringing. And one of the things that people don't recognize is that Mozart's father was a famous musician, and when Mozart came along, I guess he had some ideas about the possibility here of training young children. So he's actually the first person to actually write music training for basically younger children. So he invested pretty much his life trying now to both train his older sister, but primarily Mozart, in terms of providing him early with training And what we say in the book is that some of the characteristics that Mozart exhibited, like, for example, his really remarkable ability to listen at a tone and be able to say which key on the piano produced that particular tone. More recent research have shown that that is an ability that virtually that any child seems to be able to attain if you give them the training, but it has to be training quite early, similar to Mozart starting to play when he was 3 or 4 years old. You have to actually start the music training that early, and then the brain seems to be receptive to learning those kinds of distinctions, and you can then basically, as an adult, preserve those abilities. But it's very difficult or almost impossible for an adult to achieve those kinds of abilities if you start practicing at an older age.
You're a data guy, you're a research guy. So people out there that are listening, they might be thinking, well, I don't want my child to have such intense, deliberate practice at a young age. And you're not making a value judgment here. You're just saying the data shows us that peak performers, that there is something to be said for this early start in childhood. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, and I think I would like to just clarify. I think it's very important if you want to produce a healthy, happy adult that you actually, make sure that the training is consistent with what the child wants to do. So you're actually providing the child with opportunities for training. And I think this is, and I've had some contact here with Laszlo Polgar, who is the father of the 3 Polgar daughters who were so successful in chess. And that's kind of a really key idea of his, is that you actually have to put the child in charge, and you're actually helping the child to master whatever the activity is that you select. I guess there's all sorts of skills that if you want to become sort of a regular professional, that a parent can help the children acquire in sort of a motivating, basically very supportive environment.
Speak to brain plasticity. I think sometimes we, even though we're already in this conversation breaking open the idea that nurture can win out and that we all have this ability, as you speak to, it's not necessarily what you're particularly born with. We're born with the ability to go about and practice to get better. But why don't you speak to the plasticity notion? Because I think we really do get caught up in the idea of this fixed, that we're fixed, but in terms of being able to change, even if we go beyond the discussion of elite performers, our brain plasticity, this is something where average people that might want to start to master something later in life, we're not fixed in stone. We're not etched in stone, are we?
No. And I think one key that I found very helpful when I talk to people, adults who want to acquire skills, is to realize that the younger sort of prodigies, often they might spend, half an hour or something like that, where you're really training them with a very explicit goal, so they have to be 100% concentrated. But basically, if you push children to do a lot more than that until they're ready to increase their time of training, they're actually going to sort of feel that it's aversive and not be willing to do it. And when it comes to adults, if you want to run a marathon, I've heard people, who go out the first time and run for maybe 45 minutes, and then they're so sore that they never do it again. So basically that idea that if you're going to change your body, it's going to take gradual change. So you need to stimulate and push for change, but you can't basically go so far that you're actually harming the body and maybe pushing your motivation to a point where you no longer want to pursue it.
And in terms of making these achievements, improving ourselves, we are constantly up against homeostasis. We are constantly up against that we don't really want to break through those boundaries. And breaking through the boundaries is part of deliberate practice.
Yeah, and I guess I would say that if you're not trying to change something, you're probably not doing deliberate practice. So the key idea of deliberate practice is that you're trying to do something that you can't do well. And basically by figuring out ways that you can do this better, you will now basically raise your performance to a level that you didn't have before.
There's some great examples, and I think chess becomes a fantastic example. And one aspect of deliberate practice, so part of the understanding is chunking, or even the phrase, a mental representation. And I think we could imagine. I'm going to let you explain this, but if we're watching a chess game, that the best chess players, it's not about just looking at all the individual pieces on the boards. They're thinking in patterns. They've developed and they've pushed themselves over so much time that their ability as a chess grandmaster to analyze is based on pattern recognition. Why don't you speak to the notion of chunking, the mental representation, and using chess as an example?
I often try to basically take language. So if you're looking at basically a paragraph in English, people will read it and it will make sense. And if it describes some physical situation or interaction, people can actually form an image, a picture in their head of that interaction. And I would argue that the chessboard is a little bit the same for a skilled chess player. They can actually see the structure and now see what it is that are the weak spots and basically where, likely sort of attacks would be successful. By having chess masters think out loud when they're seeing a position and ask to pick the best move, we can actually see what are the features that they notice. And the way that they kind of probe the position is to make a move in their mind and then think up what the opponent's counter move would be, and then keep doing that maybe for 4 or 5 times or even more in order to kind of diagnose what would happen if they make a particular starting move. And I think understanding that that's really what's going on in the chess player's head really raises a question. How did they get to be able to do this type of thinking? And I think that gets to the core of what we've been studying here. How do you actually build up these mental representations that allow you to think through issues in your head and basically then be able to kind of decide on what is the best action in a given situation?
We sometimes hear these examples of a chess player, a grandmaster, playing against 25 people at the same time or something, maybe even blindfolded. And it sounds so impressive. But what's really interesting about your work and what you've uncovered is that the chess, once you get to that level where you have put in the time to develop those mental representations in chess, that you're now, let's say, at grandmaster level, that in some ways, it's not really I don't know if this is the right phraseology, but it's not necessarily difficult for those particular players now at that level with that amount of practice. It's not particularly difficult for them to then play 25 people at the same time blindfolded. It's not like they're going down a whole new path. It's literally just kind of a parallel skill that comes along with having already got to grandmaster level. Am I describing that all correctly?
Yeah, and I think what most people find difficult to understand is how you can play blindfolded. So, you basically have to make the chess position in your head and actually just think about it. You can't basically look at any kind of perceptual configuration. And that seems to be a skill that people don't practice. It sort of comes about from once you plan. Now you can see the chessboard, but you actually have to make the moves in your head. And eventually, as you've been training that and been planning very deeply, you now have acquired the kind of skills that allow you, just to more or less do it without the chessboard. You can do it completely mentally. And when you want to play several games, well, then basically you're just kind of doing that and what I've heard here chess players do is that they try to pick different kinds of games, not to kind of confuse one chess game with the other. And there's a lot of maybe minor skills here that people actually acquire in order to be able to play multiple games. It's essentially the amazing thing is this building up of that mental representation that allows you to kind of, in your own mind, do things that people really need to have to do perceptually, seeing the chess pieces on the board.
And to build on these ideas further, I want to go back to an example that I brought up early on, the NBA basketball player Stephen Curry. And he won the MVP last year, but he's better this year. And when you get to this level of this very high achievement, it doesn't just stop. Some of these achievers, they just keep compounding on. It's the one level of achievement allows you to get to the next level, and you can't skip steps, can you?
We certainly don't have any evidence, that there's any sort of magical improvements. But basically, if you understand what the individual has been doing up to a given point, you can actually see the improvements, because that seems to be the things that they're working on to kind of keep improving. But I think that's a hallmark of an expert, being able, to kind of monitor what they're doing so they can identify things that they can do differently or better. And once you're reached at that very high level, now you're actually able to kind of see things that other people wouldn't even be able to kind of see, that you're still working on in order to improve, and then even increase your performance beyond your already exceptional level of performance.
And across your many years of studying expert performers, do expert performers ever really come out and say that their improvement was easy?
I have had the chance here of being on a couple of panels with Olympic medal winners and musicians and chess players, and I've yet to find anybody who, once I've given a talk describing, who wouldn't sort of recognize this process, this incremental improvement, and this kind of continuous commitment that once you practice, you're going to do it with full concentration, because otherwise you're wasting your time. I guess that's one of those hard things, in science. I can tell you I've never encountered anybody, but I can't prove that somebody won't basically appear here and basically be now the counterexample that I didn't know about. However, I would say that I've now been researching this for 30 years, and I probably encountered some 50 cases where people initially claimed that this was an exception. But by looking more closely at the evidence, I've been able to at least construct what I think is a plausible explanation that's based more on this continuous practice, even though the practice may not have been, observed by a lot of people who thought that it sort of occurred spontaneously.
There's been many, I think many is a fair word, many books that have been in popular culture that have been inspired or influenced by some of your work. I think some of those popular work would be Malcolm Gladwell's work. And there's a couple issues in his work that I would love for you to address. I think one, right off the bat, is that it has become really ingrained into society. And I'm sure I've been guilty of it too, because it's so easy just to say, hey, you become an expert at 10,000 hours. And I would love you to address that, and then maybe even use the example of the Beatles and perhaps some of the misguided thoughts about how the Beatles actually got to be the Beatles.
I think what our research that we did on a music academy in Berlin showed that the most talented, or the ones that their music teacher viewed had the highest probability of succeeding as violinists, they were also the ones that reported having spent more time basically practicing by themselves. And we argue that this is very effective when you have a teacher telling you exactly what you need to do, and then you go ahead and do it. And if you do more of that, it's likely that you will actually, be able to get better. We reported that those academy students, when they were 20, had on the average practice for 10,000 hours, which is a pretty amazing, huge number. And I guess Gladwell, was struck by this. So he came up with a rule that was a little oversimplified. He said that in order to achieve international level of performance, you need to have basically spent 10,000 hours. And he pointed to the Beatles as a group that played a lot of music in Hamburg, Germany, before they became famous. The issue that I would have with his statement is that there's really nothing that I know that makes it magical 10,000 hours. The estimates that I see for winning piano competitions would require these individuals to have spent more like 25,000 hours to win. And there are other skills where it seems like you can actually be world class in less than 1,000 hours of basically deliberate practice. So if we go back to Beatles, they spent a lot of time playing, and we actually went to some of the biographies of the Beatles, and they didn't play more than maybe around 1,500 hours in Hamburg, although, they said they were playing pretty much, 10, 12 hours a day. I guess what I would argue is a kind of even more important thing, that just playing in front of an audience, the only thing that seems to be able to improve to me would be your ability to play as a band. And the Beatles were really mostly famous for their ability to compose no music and then perform that music. How to explain now how they got to be better composers would make me look now for activities that were more directly related here to improving their composing ability. Again, here, you need a lot of practice, and we basically totally agree with Gladwell about that, but there's no magical boundaries. And maybe, as you were pointing out, some people who just count the number of hours they've been doing things, like driving, doesn't make them an expert just because they've done 10,000 hours of that activity. The key thing is to spend a lot of time where you're really trying to improve specific aspects. And if you can actually sustain that amount of training for thousands of hours, evidence shows that you're going to be likely to be exceptional. And if you can keep pushing that, you may end up, being world class.
Malcolm Gladwell brought up another issue that I thought was perfectly reasonable and made sense to me as a guy who had a late birthday for sports. I was a baseball player until my first year at college, but I think about his example. I believe it was NHL players, professional hockey players, and he talked about the birth date issue. Perhaps you could outline a little bit about the birth date issue. Did Malcolm Gladwell get it all right in the long run when it comes to the birth date issue?
I think that, and I find it very interesting, because if you are a coach and you're actually trying to pick out the most talented kids, it would make sense here that you're actually picking out the ones who are performing a little bit better. And what people found was that if you analyzed those who were actually succeeding and actually reaching the very highest levels, that they are much more likely to be born and be the oldest people in this age cohort that are practicing together as children and adolescents. So I think that is basically correct. Now, what people have pointed out is that these effects are not, incredible, except for certain types of very extreme situations where you're looking at 13-year-olds who were the best in soccer in England, where essentially there was really nobody born in the latter half of the year. So most of them were this part of this cohort that were the oldest among the soccer players that had been playing together.
You know, I think one of the things that's really fascinating about this work, your work, is the motivational aspect. I mean, I get very motivated reading the book because you can't help but you just look at the research, you look at the data, you look at the stories, you look at the examples, and you say to yourself, wow, I can do anything if I really want to do something. But motivation's a tricky thing. And I just watched a movie the other day. I don't know if you've seen it. It's called Whiplash. It's about a jazz drummer and a very demanding teacher that pushes this young guy. And the young guy basically cracks at several points in time. He doesn't make it. But basically, at the end of the movie, the young guy accepts the instruction. He has the social motivation. He has the push, wherever it comes from exactly. Maybe it was the teacher, but he finally gets it. Something clicks. And why don't you speak to social motivation? Because I look at myself. I was very motivated by, I didn't want to be on the script that everyone else was on. I wanted to do something different. I wanted to go down my own path. And that motivated me to find success. And I can think of, without trying to bore you with all the details, but I can think of innumerable dead ends that were stopped. And I'm sure a lot of people would just quit and give up and go back to the day job at that point in time. But I just always felt like, don't stop, no quit, can't quit. And there's something in whether we're talking about extraordinary performers or the corporate world, because your work translates to the corporate world as well. The I can't attitude is a real, as you describe, a real red flag, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think I was struck by how convenient this idea of basically claiming that you can't or that you lack the talent. Because in some ways, if you look at learning, say, a foreign language, I've encountered a lot of people who say that they can't do that. Essentially, what that means is that they're not going to put in any energy, because why would they if they're basically just going to waste it? But it's interesting, and I actually encountered one colleague of mine who fell in love with basically a woman who only spoke Spanish. He was part of this group who had real difficulties learning languages. He was sufficiently motivated, so he was quite successful here in mastering Spanish because he had a concrete sort of reason. And also, I think in some ways when you're basically interacting with another individual, it's a pretty good learning environment where you get immediate feedback about whether they understand you or not. And I also think that it's interesting when it comes to music teachers. A lot of teachers, basically, it's convenient to basically tell some student here that they lack talent because they're not willing and able to make progress. So it almost takes away the responsibility of the teacher to actually help the student get the motivation that they need in order to progress. And once we look here at motivation as something that teachers, especially good teachers, are able to instill in their students, then I think it changes a little bit how we look on education. And similarly, if we can convince students that they actually, if they are able not to find the right kind of training that actually will help them improve, that will, give them motivation and confidence that they can actually succeed. Because it is sort of a magical paradox that if you don't believe that basically you're going to get any better, it may be very difficult to motivate yourself to put into practice. And basically that belief that you're not going to get better almost needs to be changed before it really makes sense for the teachers and the students to invest in this, gradual progress of getting better. And I also think that having good metrics so the student can really see how they're getting better is really key, because just sort of doing things and not getting that immediate feedback that we, see is an essential component of deliberate practice, you don't really have a sense that you're getting better. And that, may just confirm your sense here that it's a waste of time.
You know, as you talk about getting better, I'm thinking of an example, and I want to kind of combine some things, but I'm thinking about comedians. I'm thinking about guys like Jerry Seinfeld, Jay Leno, Gary Shandling, people that put immense hours on stage in small comedy clubs in their early 20s. And then 20, 30 years later, they become some of the biggest celebrities out there. I think what's really interesting about comedians, and you talk about this with chess grandmasters, but chess grandmasters will go about studying their predecessors. They will find and look at the games of those that have come before them. I think comedians are very interesting about that, where it seems like comedians are always very willing and able to talk about who came before them. And there seems to be a tremendous amount of studying as well in comedy. I'm not necessarily sure it's a direct connection between the very different domains, but why don't you speak to the idea of studying your predecessors? Many people like to imagine I must invent it out of whole cloth. I must come up with it on my own. But, you know, look, there's been a lot of people before us that have done really well. And you've seen in your work that those expert performers, they look at the experts before them, don't they?
Yeah, and I think that gets to, you know, this effective learning. And we see in all sorts of domains where, you know, like, for example, mathematics, the claim was in the, 14th century that it would take a lifetime here to understand math. And basically this was referring now to mathematics, that you pretty much, if you're an advanced student in high school, you basically have mastered this, because in the 14th century, they basically had to rediscover it for themselves. And now, basically, you can actually get that information from math teachers and basically math curricula. And the same thing in music. The level that people are playing today is vastly superior to what they were doing in the 19th century even. And these historical changes are directly a result here of actually younger individuals finding teachers who will be able to fast track them to learn things in the correct way, such that they get closer now to the frontier, basically where they're now going beyond what any current living musicians have done in order to create that unique contribution. And I have to say that virtually all of the major creative individuals, I mean, for example, Mozart, his father had him copy music pieces by other composers as a way of learning the structure of making music compositions. Picasso, you know, he was excelling in the more traditional forms of, you know, drawing natural scenes, and he was basically acquiring the techniques that then allowed him to basically now redirect them towards doing things that hadn't been done before. But the technical background of being able to actually make what he was seeing in his mind's eye, that was techniques that he had acquired, you know, as a very, as an adolescent. So I think people are afraid that they're somehow going to erase their unique contribution. I see more that you need the tools so you would be able to actually be able to realize whatever contribution that you are going to be making. And being afraid here that, you know, learning these tools will somehow remove any originality, I don't find very good evidence for that.
I want to shift into something slightly different for a second in this whole topic area of your work. But I love the example, because as a guy that used to play baseball and now I practice a lot of yoga, but as a right-handed hitter, I know that I have a big difference between my right and my left hip. And I can imagine after doing that for 12, 13 years, there's just differences. You do that much hitting and you lean all your weight on your right leg, something changes. I think one of the most fantastic examples to really give people a flavor for deliberate practice and what can happen physically to changes is that a great tennis player like Roger Federer, so much practice at such a young age, it's not just the muscles and the arm that holds the racket that's changing. It's the actual bones, isn't it?
It's really far-reaching, the kind of changes that you can observe. And if we're talking about bones, we know that height really can't be changed by training, but the thickness of the bones actually is influenced by training, and it's pretty clear what the mechanism is. So in your arm that you're hitting the tennis ball with, that creates vibrations in the bones that then actually releases chemicals that now stimulate bone growth. So if you take x-rays of tennis players, the arm that they are holding the tennis racket has much thicker bones than their left arm. But if we look at other activities, I guess when it comes to muscles and even, especially if we look at endurance athletes, the whole heart actually is restructured to maximize now the pumping capacity of the heart. So even the arteries are growing to allow for more blood with oxygen to circulate. And we also see more capillaries surrounding those muscles that need a lot of oxygen to be able to sustain, running or swimming or whatever the endurance activity is.
It's just quite amazing that, not only can deliberate practice develop a skill, increase a skill, it's changing the structure of the mind, the brain, it's changing the body. It's quite amazing what we as human beings can do with practice. I sound too excited probably, but it's really motivating when you've dedicated your life to studying this. And look, I've not read everything that you have done in your career, but if you spend many, many decades doing this, it's going to be up to other people to come along and say, well, Anders got all this wrong. That's going to be a tough challenge, isn't it?
Again, here, I guess I'm doing my best to try to keep up with developments in genetics and other domains here to see, are there any relevant evidence? And what I think is quite interesting in genetics, people believed here that once we were able to describe the DNA, that we would find these differences in genes between elite athletes and basically other people who didn't have any sort of obvious genetic problems. But that research has really kind of not uncovered any sort of individual genes that somehow would explain why some individuals are basically performing so much better than other individuals. Personally, I think there's pretty interesting evidence here that training history of these individuals provides a much better explanation here for the individual differences that we see. And even if we take something like the outstanding performance of Kenyan runners, when you basically look at the kind of training history that they have and the benefits of training at a high altitude as very young children and being forced to basically run long distances to school every day and doing so in a very hilly countryside would seem to, provide some interesting ideas here about what actually may contribute to differences that we see in performance.
A lot of people have talked about those particular runners with the barefoot running playing a role as well.
Exactly, and I think that's very interesting that basically once you start looking at what sets apart the very best runners from somewhat less successful runners, it is sort of the efficiency of their running. So basically their ability to run without basically using up more kind of energy and oxygen. So they somehow have been able to sort of come up here with training that allows them to maximize the effectiveness of the whole bodily system as opposed to, some kind of specific unique thing that would be a more plausible target here for a single gene that could create a difference.
I want to relay a little story, and I want to let you comment on this. So years ago, and I've had him on my podcast, but years ago I had a chance in person to interview Vernon Smith. And Vernon Smith shared the Nobel Prize with Daniel Kahneman. They each were going down that behavioral work. When I went to interview Vernon Smith, it was at his office. Then he was at George Mason University. For those of you that might not know, Vernon Smith has Asperger's. And so a lot of people out there will say, hey, but what about some of these savants, a guy like Vernon Smith? And I thought it was really interesting when I went to interview him. It was his college office, and we were setting up cameras, lights, and everything. And I said, well, Dr. Smith, we're going to kind of bug you here, and we're going to be making a lot of noise, setting everything up. And he looked at me and he just said, I will never hear you. And it was such an interesting comment. Here's a man who's won the Nobel Prize. He has Asperger's, but an intense focus. And I wanted, and 6 months after that, I was at the offices of one of the most successful hedge fund managers in the world. And we were actually chatting in the bathroom. And I mentioned to him that I had just seen Vernon Smith, and we started talking about Asperger's. And he said, oh, yeah. We've got a ton of guys that work with us at our firm that have Asperger's because these guys can focus like no tomorrow. Why don't you talk about, though, because there's some people out there listening, they might say, well, Mike and, Professor Vernon Smith, he's got this unique advantage. But it still comes down to the practice. He's got the ability to focus. But talk about, why don't you address that issue when people have talked about savants and perhaps guys and gals that might have a perceived advantage being on the autistic scale or spectrum?
No, I have to say that I have not personally done any research on the issue here of Asperger's and basically these kinds of syndromes. But I agree with you that all I know, and I've basically been working now with numerous expert performers, that when you put them into the lab, one of the things that is so amazing is how they more or less kind of start out being relaxed, and then as we get closer here to the actual test phase, how they actually become completely focused, and they basically are able to sustain that. And I don't know, and I think that would be interesting research, whether there are individual differences in how able people are of actually getting into that a state of full concentration. But to me, that is one of the prerequisites for actually being able to stretch yourself, is that you actually put all your attentional resources on actually improving whatever aspect that you've picked out. And I would argue that basically when I talk to these individuals, they sort of tell me how important it is for them to get enough sleep. So basically that idea here is that in order to be able to exhibit full concentration for maybe 3 or 4 hours a day, you need to have a lot of time for relaxation and recuperation. And that balance here about basically, and maybe there are people, I've yet to find anybody who seems to be able to kind of concentrate for, 5 hours every day for years. There seems to be sort of that upper limit of around 4 or 5 hours that people actually can. And the ones that we have the best data on are authors who basically go off somewhere where they have no other responsibilities, but still they only seem to be writing for about, 4 or 5 hours in the morning, and then use the rest of the day to sort of more or less recuperate, so they would be able to wake up refreshed and then get in another 4 or 5 hours here of very productive writing. And I've talked to surgeons and other individuals who basically are quite aware of that issue here of balancing that level of full concentration with recuperation. And if you want to basically maximize how much you're putting in and getting out of writing, you like to kind of keep on a pretty stable daily schedule. And I don't know if you have any experience relevant to how some of these very successful individuals organize their day to maximize their ability here to, when they are concentrating, to really maximize the outcome.
Well, having written 5 books myself, I can. It's really interesting. We're talking about focus. Is that you're right. You can only stay focused for a certain amount of time. I think the interesting thing for me for focus is when those moments happen inside intense focus, that you enter the flow state. And you can talk about this some, but when you enter that flow state, time can stand still. Time just goes away. At least in my experience, it disappears. And you could just maybe you don't achieve a huge volume of work, but the quality and the precision that you can sometimes find in a flow state, it's quite addicting to get there.
I think this is very interesting and something that I guess I've commented on a couple of times and even had a chance to talk to Csikszentmihalyi about. A lot of people refer to flow as kind of highly enjoyable, but I think several people have pointed out that if you reflect on being in a flow state, you're no longer in it. So it's almost like you can only kind of know that you were in a flow state afterwards.
Exactly. 100%.
Right. And basically I think some people have even viewed here the flow state as actually being kind of this totally relaxed state where you're more or less just playing, so like if you were to dance and just do exactly what occurred to you, that's a flow state where you're not really trying to impose some constraint on what you're doing. And I would argue that the flow state that you were referring to, when you're really focused and you're actually engaged in doing something, is more like you're so focused in it that time, you're not longer aware of the time that you're investing. So it's almost, once you're kind of getting out of it, hopefully sometimes because you really feel that you've reached the end state of something that you were trying to work on, that's when you get the sense of how time more or less just disappeared. But those two different states here, the kind of the playful enjoying when somebody is going down skiing and just having the sense of total effortlessness, is a different kind of phenomenon than the one where you have that, sustained focus and where time just disappears.
Usually I know it's time to come out of those types of states. Either one of two things: I'm hungry or I need to use the bathroom. It's really, because otherwise when you're in that moment, you don't know. I would love to talk about the notion of solo and group, because I wonder, not even I wonder, but I know there's a talk about the notion of deliberate practice from a solo perspective, meaning this is deliberate practice is difficult. It's hard. It's going to take a lot of effort, but it's not something you really don't do it with a team, do you?
I think that given that you're really trying to improve some aspect of your own performance, that basically makes it, to optimize the benefits of deliberate practice, you have to be in control of your own training. And I often sort of mention this example with playing doubles in tennis and you miss maybe a backhand volley, and then the game just kind of continues. You get another opportunity maybe, 30 minutes later, and you're not going to do that any better. So if you compare that now to a training situation where you have full concentration and available resources, like a coach. So the coach will now give you basically backhand volley that's really easy and you're standing up by the net. And then basically as you're perfecting basically your control over this, it becomes increasingly more difficult because now, he's placing the volleys in a more difficult way, and eventually you have to move away from the net. And then, the end point is that you're rallying and then he's including sort of a backhand volley within the rally. 1 or 2 hours of working with a coach like that, I believe, is going to improve your backhand volley so much more than maybe a year or two of just regular practicing with your friends, basically playing games.
As I think about your career, so here you've spent a lifetime studying expert performers, but you have your career has also been about deliberate practice. You have been in the deliberate practice of studying deliberate practice. Why don't you talk about some of the changes and the growth that's taking place in yourself to the extent that you can or want to? I'm really curious because this is true. You've also, I mean, anyone that has a very focused direction in life, there's a lot of deliberate practice. Talk about some of the changes you think you've seen in yourself over your career.
That is some interesting questions. And I think I would point to a couple of sort of important events. When I started my career, I was, like most people, really consumed and sort of spending a lot of as much time as I could on all the various activities ranging from teaching to doing research and doing all sorts of things. Then I got the opportunity to go to Max Planck, and this is where we did the research on the violinists at the Music Academy. And that position was a little bit different. I didn't have any teaching. I had a lot of free time. And I think that was the first time I realized that I could put in more hours working hard than I could really profitably get benefit from. So this kind of that sense here of that there was a maximum. So in order to really write, it was better for me to kind of set aside 3 or 4 hours of writing and then basically, have other activities that would be less demanding. Was a much better way and made me feel much better than basically this idea here of trying to, get every minute in doing various things, because when I was a regular academic professor at University of Colorado, basically I didn't have any free time, so I didn't really have control over my time. And I think that kind of idea here that you need to sort of take control over your time and also maybe even say no to activities, so you can basically make sure here that it's aligned here with your priority here in terms of what you really want to put in your best hours on. And I've talked to a lot of people since that period, and they found that to be a very, very useful idea. And I think for people to set aside maybe 1 or 2 hours for writing or for thinking about big projects or something, but basically having those hours scheduled, I think has made a big difference to a number of people that I've had this discussion with. And I think when it comes to issues here relating to doing science, I would argue that deliberate practice, at least in a very generalized way, that really corresponds to seeking out people who disagree with you. And I found that, some people in research, don't like to be criticized and get annoyed. I've tried, basically to establish dialogues with people who, basically have different views. And I find, similar to the deliberate practice, instead of doing things that, I've done and talking to people who agree with me, trying to convince people who don't agree with me often generates a lot of references to new stuff that I didn't know about. And by understanding maybe people who disagree with me better, I can do a better job here describing what I think is a compelling evidence. So that's kind of on a very general level. And I guess I remember one time, again here, that was sort of a sense of satisfaction because you submit manuscripts and then you get reviews. And at one point I really felt that now I can actually anticipate, what the reviewers are going to say. Early on, I kind of got surprised by what they were thinking and what they were commenting on. It was a sense here of self-confidence when I felt like I could kind of anticipate what they were going to be concerned about. And, and sometimes you can disagree here about how compelling certain kinds of evidence is, but at least if you understand where other people are coming from, you're more likely, I think, to be successful than if you don't understand here, why they're basically upset about certain things.
You've talked to a lot of different athletes and probably professional organizations. I think you had some involvement with the Philadelphia Eagles a couple years ago. And I can think back, and you mentioned this example in your book. You talk about Jamarcus Russell. For those of you that might recall, was a very large, phenomenal quarterback at Louisiana State University. He left college as a junior. He was the first pick in the draft, and he flamed out. It just didn't make it. And then you look at a guy like Tom Brady with the New England Patriots. I don't really need to say anything, but I think he was pick 199. So my question is, it clearly we have not figured out a way yet, and those people in these very, professional sports is big business. They've not yet figured out how to project who is going to put in the deliberate practice, or have some teams figure that out.
Yeah, I think this is really interesting, and I guess I've had several chances here to kind of describe my view here that some of the best football players are also the ones that have the deeper understanding of the game. So I remember when I visited the Eagles, I had a chance here to talk to several of the players and coaches, and they were actually recommending some players that they felt, were really standing out. And I was kind of compelled here by hearing their history of how they, from early on kind of got responsible for kind of figuring out what other people on the team were doing and what the opposing team. So they really, early on started out having a very refined description of what was going on in the game. And I think that then gave them that ability here to assess here what is going on, and also what it is that they needed to do to be able to, behave in the most effective way. For some reason, I think that it's so commercialized in the National Football League that it's hard to get, help a coach doing this, because they have too many things and too many things going on. But it would be wonderful, if a coach was interested in investing resources, and I think that would involve very much kind of helping individual players, develop. But once you have a whole team, I think it's very hard to find the time and the resources where you actually will be able to help players. And some people may even say here, well, by the time you get to NFL, that's basically when you should have learned these things already. So maybe, college or high school might actually be sort of a better place to start introduce these ideas. And maybe, you would find people who are even more motivated here by trying to find a way here to develop more effectively.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, because I had a text conversation with a friend of mine who played professional baseball for a dozen years, and he now coaches high school athletes in the state of Florida. Many of these high school athletes that he coaches go on to play at places like FSU and play professionally. And I told him, I said, hey, you've got to pick this book up, because your book, Professor, because I said it's so motivating, and if you can. I would have loved for someone to have told me the insights in this work when I was a very serious baseball player at the age of 15, because you get caught up in other things, and then perhaps maybe you practice really hard and you get to a certain level, but then you plateau, and you don't necessarily know you're plateauing. But if you would have had the insight of the deliberate practice, you can. Especially if one has the motivation, you can see that plateau more clearly, and then perhaps push through it. So I think it's a fantastic way to think for young athletes in particular.
Yeah, and the part that I really like is that once you have a sort of a richer description of what you're doing, it now becomes much more interesting. And so it's sort of like, as you get better in your understanding of yourself and basically the game environment, every game becomes more interesting, because you have a more refined way of actually analyzing it. And then once you have the experience, you can go back and identify things that you can improve. And actually, that satisfaction of identifying things that you can improve, and basically have the sense here that it's almost like you're kind of reaching over sort of a peak of something, so you can actually see beyond things that you weren't able to conceive of. And I think that sort of psychological richness, I think, comes very closely along with this idea of representations and your ability here now to kind of evaluate your own performance and then use that as sort of direction for your own training and how you can then actually see how you're getting better. That rich sort of sense, when I talk to some athletes, they are kind of just doing what they're doing. They're not able to kind of have that appreciation of what's possible. And I think that getting that appreciation might actually make it much more interesting for them, and thereby, enhancing all sorts of things related to the activity they're involved in.
And clearly, from my perspective, the work that you've put together is not age dependent. So I think I could have very easily got the same, maybe not exactly the same. I'm in my 40s now, but I could have really benefited from this type of understanding at a younger age. Let me ask one kind of little follow-up question to this, though. But for some of the child, I don't want to say prodigy, but after they've gone through deliberate practice at a very young age, perhaps we can call them prodigies. Some of the youngsters that you've studied, do they start to have this? When do they start to have this self-appreciation versus, they're involved in deliberate practice, but they might not necessarily see the entire big picture?
Well, and I think that is a finding that is sort of interesting with respect to prodigies, is that a number of music prodigies don't have successful adult careers. And some people have argued that if the parent is really taking over all the control here of the training, you're really not training somebody who is now going to be able to have their own representations and be able to internalize more and more of the training, so that when they reach kind of late adolescence and early adulthood, that they actually can go on by themselves and go beyond basically what the teacher was, or the parent was basically helping them do. So I think that kind of idea here of allowing the child, to be sort of as Laszlo Polgar said, to be a co-author here and basically the process of developing your own performance is really critical. And I think that the more that you can sort of listen to the child and make sure here that, they are understanding and in some ways building up these representations that allow them to take over more and more. And I think that generates self-confidence, but it's also critical in order to kind of go beyond. So to keep moving ahead, you really need to have mastered and internalized all the things that you have acquired.
Well, I could keep asking questions all day. I appreciate the time today. Is there anything that I did not bring up today that you might want to elaborate on? Anything that's near and dear to you that you're thinking about right now, and all the papers and books that are on your desk are focused on something, or do you feel like we've covered the ground pretty good today?
Well, I thoroughly enjoyed talking to you, and I guess what I would say is, if you find that when you're looking here at the material that there are some questions that, you would like to, ask again because of the way that I kind of answered them or whatever, I'm just willing to basically help you, because I find that the questions that you're asking, they deserve the best possible answer. And sometimes when you're trying to think as you're answering questions, it doesn't come out as smoothly as maybe would be ideal.
I want you to tell the website where people can go, whether it's your FSU website or a different one. But the book is called Peak: Secrets from the New Science of Expertise. And that's written with your co-author, Robert Poole. In the meantime, everybody can easily find you on your Florida State University website. It's been a few years since I've been in Tallahassee. It's actually been, my gosh, I think it's almost been, I want to say 20 years since I've been to Tallahassee. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's even more than 20. Time flies.
Yes.
It's been so enjoyable here. So where are you located?
I'm talking to you from Saigon today, Saigon, Vietnam.
Wow. Okay, but you're living in the States normally?
Well, I was living in the States till about 3 years ago, and then I started this podcast in 2012 after my fourth book. Then I got hired to do a speaking tour in Asia, and it was supposed to be a 3 or 4 month speaking tour for banks and hedge funds. At the end of that, I was living in San Diego. At the end of that, I said, well, I really don't want to go back to the States right now, so I stayed.
Wow. I guess sounds to me that somebody should interview you.
Well, it's it's kind of a crazy story, right? I mean, you've talked to a lot of people. Everyone's got a crazy story, right? There's always an interesting.
Well, I think that's one of the things people who are very successful, I found consistently, are the most interesting and sort of people that I love interacting with. I view that as sort of one of the lucky aspects of my career choice, is that I've been talking to really wonderful people.
Yeah, that is true. And I think people will see that when they read your book, is it's really a phenomenal intersection. I think, look, people love sports in America, and you've just had a really great insight to talk to so many different people. And look, the great thing about this, if I can just keep beating this drum, is that whatever you might want to do, even if it's later in life, you've pointed out that people say they might want to run a marathon at 80 years of age. You might not compete in the Olympics, but you can drastically improve yourself at almost any stage of the game, can't you? And that's just motivating.
Right. And I think basically, that idea of the journey, that just doing it, but once you start looking at the experience of actually making the improvements and stuff like that, it's almost, that you get that excitement that some people get from climbing mountains. But here, it's something that you can do even if you live in the middle of a city, because most of the things are really happening in your own mind. And I think that kind of excitement, if I could contribute to providing people seeing that as an opportunity to, enrich their lives, I think that would make me very happy. Well,
it's loud and clear in this book, which is there's no excuses. If you want to do it, you can do it. You've got to buckle down and learn some about deliberate practice. Most anything is achievable. Congratulations. Really, people are going to know that. I mean, look, I've done a lot of podcast episodes, and people are going to know that I really enjoyed this book. So I appreciate your time today, Professor.
Oh, it was my pleasure. Maybe one of these days we'll run into each other, and I certainly would look forward to that.
Well, thank you very much. I will maybe have to swing through Tallahassee the next time I'm in the States.
Well, just let me know here, and I'll make a real effort here to make sure that I can meet you.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
My next guest on this super big episode, Phil Tetlock from Wharton. Prediction broken apart and defined. In preparing to talk to you today, I was thinking back to my days in grad school, and specifically the fall of 1992, and even a little bit before that. And I was thinking to the political season at the time, and this was essentially the rise of Bill Clinton. And what's really interesting about the rise of Bill Clinton, and I think you probably have even more experience and more memory and probably were studying it more than me at the time, but I watched a lot of CNN, and I thought it was so amazing as a political science major myself at the time in grad school. I was like, wow, all of the main players didn't run against then President Bush because his approval rating was so high. I mean, guys like Dick Gephardt, Bill Bradley, they were all like, we don't want anything to do with this. And so in that vacuum walked an unknown governor from Arkansas who frankly was probably just trying to boost his political resume. And for that particular run, probably really had no thought of, winning necessarily. But then a funny little thing happened. And what's really interesting about forecasting and prediction, how in the world can Could that have been predicted? That have been forecasted? Or could it have?
Well, absolutely. It's so difficult to reconstruct our past dates of ignorance. In the Super Forecasting book, we talk about that Saturday Night Live episode in which the leading lights of the Democratic Party in 1991 bend over backwards to avoid the risk of being nominated to run against the invincible President George Herbert Walker Bush.
You backfill time and you look back over time, and it kind of looks like, well, this was all just expected to happen, but it could have unfolded in a completely different manner. But that kind of leads me into the kind of opening you up to your expertise in this forecasting and prediction, which is something that most people just accept. We accept, okay, here's a prediction, here's a forecast, but there's usually not much follow through. We don't really ever check to see what's happening. And there's all these experts that get paid all this money. But you, and I'm going to break this apart over the course of our time today, but you have figured out through a lot of research and a lot of study, a lot of surveying, a lot of working with people, that regular folks can beat the experts at their own game.
Essentially, that's right. I mean, the very best forecasters are talented people. I don't want to downplay their credentials, but it is remarkable that the group of citizens we were able to recruit for the forecasting tournament sponsored by the U.S. intelligence community were able to beat U.S. intelligence analysts at their own game.
Talk about that, though. I mean, that's quite amazing. I mean, we're talking about often some of these large government programs, they have billions and billions in assets. I mean, huge numbers of people. I mean, why don't you start from kind of the beginning of your process and how you were able to get to the point where regular people could compete with or defeat people with unlimited funding?
Well, this is a research project that never should have occurred if the most basic laws of bureaucracy had held. Bureaucracy 101 tells aspiring bureaucrats never sponsor something that has the potential to be embarrassing and come back and bite you in the butt. The IARPA, the Intelligence Advanced Research Projects Activity, the Research and Development Branch of the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, which presides over that $50 billion bureaucracy, IARPA, this upstart agency, had the temerity to do that. It was as if Goliath took David aside and said, here's some money, try to develop a good slingshot.
Was there a side of you that already knew that there was going to be some indication that your work was going to present results they might not like?
It was a very formal competition. IARPA launched it in 2010. A lot of universities and consulting firms competed for the money. My wife and I, Barb Mellers, my collaborator, and I were still at Berkeley at the time. We put together a proposal that was a joint Berkeley-Penn proposal because we moved to the University of Pennsylvania at the end of 2010. But we were in competition with major research universities and consulting operations for various reasons. The coalition of researchers we put together, which we called the Good Judgment Project, was successful in recruiting very good forecasters, was successful in developing methods of training them, was successful in developing methods of teaming them, was successful in developing algorithms that distilled wisdom from the crowd. And the net result was the Good Judgment Project prevailed in the competition. It won so decisively in the first 2 years that essentially IARPA terminated the other teams, let us poach the best talent, and put us in direct competition with a prediction market and internal benchmarks they had.
Before this conversation, I was thinking, not knowing exactly, okay, frankly, as you mentioned, a bureaucracy funding you, and they might not like the results they get. But there's probably other people outside of the Defense Department who sponsor this. There's probably other people, I can imagine, in this world who have made their life's work, their life's blood, the money they make off predictions that are not checked. Your work can't be a good feeling, because I have a feeling in the long run, whatever that long run might be, your type of work is going to be something that's going to cause a lot of people that are just used to saying whatever with no one checking them. That's going to go away in some point in the future, I would think.
I think it's going to be a long-term change. Culture change tends to happen very slowly, and we're talking about changing some very basic practices in the political world. I think we're going to see more and more in advanced tech companies and advanced sectors and the most sophisticated government agencies. we're going to see more and more quantification of uncertainty. Even it's going to extend beyond domains where we already do it with big data into domains that were previously thought to be the exclusive preserve of soft subjective human judgment. And soft subjective human judgment will increasingly be pressured to be more explicit and to demonstrate its value added. It's just not enough to say, if you're a pundit. Someday I think you're right. I think at some point it will be the case that pundits who talk about things being a distinct possibility, or this could happen, or might happen, or may happen, people will look at that and they'll say you're essentially saying nothing.
I've liked a lot of his books, The Lexus and the Olive Tree and whatnot, but you get on Tom Friedman pretty good. And look, there's plenty of pundits that you could get on. I think people don't necessarily, and this also comes to the public too, is like, we don't demand accuracy. We don't demand data as a whole, as a population, do we? And what is the reason for that we don't put the demand on these pundits for accuracy?
Oh, incidentally, I have enjoyed Tom Friedman's books as well, and we didn't single out Tom Friedman because he thought he was a particularly egregious offender. I think he's very representative of the genre.
Let me go to an example that I think a lot of people can relate to. So the Iraq War in 2003, the WMD issue. And I always, when people will talk about this, and usually it's a highly partisan thing, and I say what's really interesting about it to me is, even if you don't remember all the details, if you had George Bush and Hillary Clinton on the same side of the fence, that at least tells me that behind the scenes, the intelligence agencies were delivering something that let two very partisan groups, Bush and Clinton, believe the same result. Why don't you talk about some of the lessons learned there, and what was the real lesson there? Because clearly both sides of the fence, except for people like perhaps Barack Obama and Bernie Sanders, both sides of the fence believe that those WMDs were there. And I would love for you to also to break apart some of the notion that they should have been more probabilistic in their estimates for the public, but they were very certain they were there. And that was another issue you address in your work.
Well, I think the Iraq WMD case is a very important one, because I don't think the research project, the tournaments even would have happened had the intelligence community not made so massive an error on WMD. When this director of the Central Intelligence Agency tells the President of the United States and other principals that he thinks it's a slam dunk, their weapons of mass destruction, or at least he thinks it's a slam dunk, he can convince people they're weapons of mass destruction. Whatever exactly he said slam dunk. When the most senior officials in the intelligence community use terminology like that in a situation where there is at least some degree of ambiguity, that's telling. Now, you're right. When you look back at the information available to key policymakers and intelligence agencies around the world, the preponderance of opinion was that Saddam was up to something, that he had some kind of, he was violating the UN
sanctions.
He was violating those, and that nobody knew exactly what he had, obviously. There was no smoking gun, but there's a lot of circumstantial evidence. Saddam behaved in ways to encourage the impression that he had something, perhaps because he didn't want to appear to be weak. So Saddam was actually facilitating the hardliners, making it easier for the hardliners who ultimately destroyed him, which is another ironic subtext to all this. It's really hard to know what the true what probability would a perfect information processor have assigned to Saddam having weapons of mass destruction in Iraq before the invasion. We know it's not 1.0, but we also know it's not 0. We know it's somewhere in between. And we know that even the intelligence agencies of countries that did not want to invade Iraq thought that there was a good chance he had something. Now, I think if you were to construct some kind of weighted average of all the sophisticated observers and their perspectives on Iraqi WMD, you would find that the probability of Iraq having something, the estimated probability, given the information they had then, would have been higher than 50% and certainly less than 100%. So it's somewhere in between. Let's say it was 70 or 75%. Would the U.S. Congress have voted to approve the use of force if they had thought the probability was as low as 75% as opposed to a slam dunk? I think there's a good possibility they would not have. And I think the world history would have unfolded quite differently.
Based on what you know, how is an an error, because clearly it was an error to come out and say it was a slam dunk, how did the experts get into a position to tell me as much as you can or what you do know to make such a statement instead of coming out with is that where the politics took over, that instead of coming out with the probabilistic estimate, they came out with the slam dunk? Is that what happened? Was that the partisan or the politics getting involved?
I think it's very difficult to reconstruct. And I think Robert Jervis at Columbia University has written a very interesting post-mortem of the WMD intelligence analysis. I think part of the problem was that this was happening in the aftermath of 9/11, and nobody wanted to make a false negative mistake. Nobody wanted to make the mistake of saying Saddam has nothing, and then he turns out to have something. Within 2 years of having failed to warn adequately against the risk of Al-Qaeda's attacks on 9/11, two big false negative errors right in a row would be very politically damaging. If you're going to make an error in the blame game culture of Washington, D.C., make sure it's not the same type of error you made last time.
Let me continue to break this apart with you. Your work is quite dense. I highly recommend people to take a look at super forecasting for sure. But let's say the talking heads out there, I'm getting beyond even the intelligence issues in Iraq, but the talking heads out there, they're smart people. They present themselves well, but they don't put these probabilistic weights on their predictions. And this could be a CNBC person talking the market. This could be a geopolitical type person on Bloomberg. But even if they did, if you came out and you said, hey, I've got a chance of only being 60% right, well, that means that person could be 40% wrong. If we start to get closer to this probabilistic way of thinking in public discourse, where does that leave us? I mean, we have to, as a society, dealing with uncertainty becomes a real educational process, doesn't it?
It sure does. That's absolutely right. So I'm going to retreat into a little bit of academic talk for a second, and then
Go for it.
I'll try to make it as plain as I can. The accuracy of probability estimates of single events is inherently indeterminate, as long as the forecaster is not so foolish as to say 0 and the event happens, or 1.0 and the event does not happen. Otherwise, the forecaster can always argue that something unlikely happened when the forecaster appears to be on the wrong side of maybe. This means we're going to have to start thinking about forecasting and judgment in a different sort of way. We're going to have to think about it the way we think about sports. We have to get at least as sophisticated about this as we are in thinking about, say, the batting averages of players in Major League Baseball or the free throw percentages of basketball players and so forth. It's a probabilistic game. You don't draw the inference that a forecaster is bad simply because the forecaster was on the wrong side of maybe on a particular call. It's really tempting to do that. We talk in the book about how one of the most sophisticated journalists in the United States, David Leonhardt, who created the upshot of the New York Times, how David Leonhardt, after the Supreme Court narrowly upheld Obamacare in 2011, David Leonhardt wrote that the prediction markets had been predicting that there was a 75% probability the Supreme Court would overturn the law. And he said quite categorically the prediction markets got it wrong. You know, those smart aleck economists aren't as smart as they think they are. Markets aren't as perfect as they think they are. Now, as you've already alluded to, when the markets say a 75% chance, that means there's a 25% chance it's not going to happen. How much confidence should you lose in those prediction markets when you learn that they put a 75% chance on something that didn't happen? Should you throw them out altogether and say, these guys are clueless, I'm not going to pay attention to them anymore? Or should you say something along the following lines? Should you say, well, these prediction markets have made hundreds of predictions on hundreds of topics over several years, and we know that on average, when they say 75% likelihood, things do happen about 75% of the time. So this market appears to be pretty well calibrated. Now, is it good news for the credibility of the market that they're on the wrong side of maybe on this call? No. You should lose a little bit of confidence in them, but how much should you lose? Let's say you thought there was a 90% chance markets were really great beforehand, and now you learn that they're on the wrong side of maybe on the Supreme Court call. How much should you move downward from 90%? Maybe 88, 89? You certainly shouldn't go down to 0.
Yeah, for sure. Let me add to where you're going there as well. And you bring up sports, and I can think of something like, okay, you start to look at the use of probability statistics in sports, and the book and the film are quite famous now. Moneyball, I always end up watching it. I can't turn it off when it comes on, and I was a baseball guy. And I can look at Wall Street too. And what's really interesting when I start to think about Wall Street is that so many on Wall Street, since they're playing a game that never stops, it really isn't about necessarily your winning percentage or your losing percentage. It's, do you have a positive mathematical edge that you can bet on? And so that takes it even a step further than just looking at percent accuracy, because percent accuracy, frankly, I mean, maybe it's great for the weather, but for serious parts of life, it really starts to open the question of betting. And if you can find a positive mathematical expectation, doesn't it?
For sure. I mean, it's very easy to convince people in finance that there's an advantage in becoming more accurate, better calibrated, more granular in your assessments of uncertainty. We talked with Aaron Brown, the chief risk officer of AQR, a big hedge fund. Aaron also happens to be a really serious poker player. And he made the observation that you can tell the difference between a world-class poker player and a talented amateur, because the world-class players are better at distinguishing 60-40 bets from 40-60 bets.
I saw her mentioned in your book, but I've had Annie Duke on my podcast, and it was one of the most popular podcasts for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So good poker players know this. They know it in their bones that it helps to be granular. Maybe 60-40, 40-60 isn't good enough anymore. Maybe it has to be 55-45, 45-55, or 52-48, 48-52. But it pays to be granular. So in finance, it's a pretty easy sell because, there are options, and you can back out of options quite readily the probabilities, the implied probabilities that oil is going to go above or below some threshold price, because you're buying an option to purchase things at a designated price. There, it's an easier sell. It's a harder sell, I think, in national security to convince people that, let's say you're the President of the United States and the Sochi Olympics are on in 2014, someone comes up to you and says, Mr. President, our previous estimate of a Russian incursion into the Ukraine was 1%. It's just spiked up to 20%. You want to do something? What do you want to do about it? Now, maybe the president would have done something about it, and history would have unfolded differently in various ways. But it's telling that it's harder in many domains of life to translate improved probability into improved decisions. It's less obvious than it is in finance or in sports gambling and certain other quantitative areas.
Yeah, I think when you have the motivation of making money, it's quite different than if you're a president and you have to make a call based on a probability estimate, and that call could affect potentially millions of lives. That's a completely different ballgame than just making the proper bet with a certain weighting, a certain probability weighting, trying to make money. Those are different ballgames.
They're different ballgames, but I don't know if they're completely different ballgames. I think in both cases, the decision maker has to grapple with uncertainty, has to make implicit or explicit probability judgments that are going to influence his or her decisions. So there is a deep structural similarity there.
I'm going to jump around on you because you've covered a lot of territory in your work, and it's fascinating to me. And I love there's so many. I could sit here and go line by line and literally pick apart the entire book and have you talk. But you bring up an interesting example with a gentleman named Robert Rubin, who started. He was at Goldman Sachs. He worked under Clinton. A great probabilistic thinker, and everyone loved him and thought he's a fantastic job in the late 90s, right? And then, the 2008 crash comes and he's the worst thing since he's just a terrible, terrible guy. I really don't have the experience to speak to that one way or the other, but talk about the Rubin example and those extremes. And he was always just a probability guy.
He was, and probability guys aren't always right. Just as the prediction markets weren't quote unquote right about Obamacare. But they tend to be pretty well calibrated, which means that if you knew nothing else, you would be wise to listen quite carefully to what they have to say.
Yeah. I want to try and dig a little bit into your super forecasters and some of the lessons learned and some of the ideas that maybe will translate or pass along to people listening, or at least they'll get inspired to go take a look at your work. The 2008 crisis was really interesting because, so many people, you can look at comments in 2005, 6, 7, even early '08, people are like, there's no problem with real estate, stock market's great, this and that. But, a funny thing happened, that stock market, when the S&P started to tick down over the course of 2008, that price action itself seemed to be a heuristic for something. So, you don't necessarily know what's going to happen, but I guess where I'm going to let you go with is when you start to train your super forecasters, and I'm just kind of outlining the S&P moving down over the course of 2008, but the super forecasters are looking for, one of the things they're looking for are sources of aggregated data. And using those available sources of aggregated data, if that's betting on sports, that's looking at Las Vegas odds, going to the various sports books. But I'm thinking aggregated data is also the price action in markets. Why don't you talk about aggregated data as one aspect of the traits and trainings that go into the super forecasting?
That's right. The super forecasters are acutely aware that there is very valuable information lying around in the world that's been pre-processed for them, so they don't have to reinvent the wheel when they approach many problems. Now, the stock market is far from a reliable indicator to whether there's going to be a major economic recession. Paul Samuelson famously joked that it's predicted 9 of the last 5 recessions. But that doesn't mean the stock market is a zero predictor. The stock market has some predictive power there. Super forecasters are acutely aware of the wisdom of the crowd literature. They're also aware of the potential madness of the crowd. They approach these things somewhat warily, but if they knew nothing else but a good wisdom of the crowd indicator as reflected in London bookie odds or the latest prediction market results, if they knew nothing else but that, they would probably want that to be their starting prediction.
As we dig apart this, I want to read just a brief excerpt from your work. And it said, researchers have found that merely asking people to assume their initial judgment is wrong, to seriously consider why that might be, and then make another judgment produces a second estimate, which, when combined with the first, improves accuracy almost as much as getting a second estimate from another person. So it's almost like getting a second opinion from yourself, but the combination of the two makes you more accurate. It just isn't intuitive, is it?
It's not very intuitive, but I think it is intuitive to people that we talk to ourselves. We're talking to ourselves all the time. So we know that there are quite often conflicting opinions in our own heads. Not as strange as it sounds to ask somebody to offer two separate estimates.
Yeah, and another aspect that you talk about in your work, and I believe this starts with Daniel Kahneman, who I know you're quite fond of. Educate the audience, just for people that have never heard of this topic, educate them to the idea of the inside-outside distinction and how that plays into the super forecasting technique and training.
That's one of the bigger advantages that super forecasters had over regular forecasters. It was their tendency to start with the outside view and work into the inside slowly, rather than what regular forecasters would do, would start with the inside view and rarely consider the outside view. In the forecasting tournament, our forecasters were asked an extraordinarily diverse range of questions. They were asked about Sino-Japanese clashes in the East China Sea. They were asked about Russia and the Ukraine, Greece leaving the Eurozone, Ebola, Arctic sea ice, all over the place. So no forecaster, super or regular, is going to be an expert, quote unquote, on anything more than a very tiny fraction of the questions posed because they're so heterogeneous. This is putting a premium on mental agility and being a quick study. Let's say, for sake of argument, you're in the tournament and someone asks you a question about whether a particular African dictator is likely to remain in power for another year. And you can barely spot the country on a map, less still say anything intelligent about who the dictator is. So you know almost nothing as your starting position for the forecasting problem. If you're a super forecaster, even though you know almost nothing, you don't know nothing. You know something. They're able to extract information very quickly. And there is a kernel to that question. And it is, the dictators tend to be sticky. Once a dictator has been in power for a certain period, the likelihood of that dictator making it another year is extremely high. It's probably as high as 0.95. that doesn't mean you're going to say, oh, there's a 0.95 likelihood of this particular dictator remaining in power. But it does mean that your initial estimate is going to be that there's a high probability of dictator survival. And you're going to adjust from that in response to new evidence about the particulars, the inside view of that situation. So if you discover on the inside view that this dictator is 91 years old and has advanced prostate cancer, you're going to say, I'm going to downplay it. And if you discover there's intense fighting in the suburbs of the capital between rival military units, again, you're going to adjust. But you're going to start with a reasonable base rate judgment, and then you're going to adjust in response to the particulars. Most people just jump into the particulars right away, and that can cause some. That is not a good idea if you want to get a really good Breyer score, which is the accuracy measure we used.
I think that raises an issue here where so many of us get fixated on the why, but it's more about the how. I mean, the super forecasters are more about the how. This is very, very data driven, and it's breaking things up into their pieces. And talk about the issue where so many of us get fixated on the why and how that's to our detriment when it comes to any type of forecasting or prediction.
Well, that's right. And it's really interesting that there seem to have been more software engineers who are super forecasters than political scientists.
Well, yeah, I mean, these are guys that are used to, bits and bytes, 0, 1. Let's code it. Let's test it out. Let's see what's going on. And, I guess I mentioned a political science degree in myself. I mean, hopefully I can, I've learned to put all those opinions aside to some degree and look more at the data. But yeah, I think most of humanity probably sides more with the feeling that we're all political science majors and we've all got an opinion, but it doesn't work out that way, does it?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. But this distinction between how and why thinking is a very important one. We talk about how super forecasters are less likely, for example, to believe in fate than regular forecasters or most citizens are. What does that mean? Well, there's an interesting body of psychological work that suggests that when you remind people of all the fluky circumstances that led them to make an important decision in their lives, how they came to be married to a particular person or wind up living in a particular city or doing a particular job, when you highlight all of the low probability events surrounding those outcomes, net effect of doing that for most people is to persuade people that the event in question had to be, that it was meant to be. That's even true for lottery winners, for example. When they win, they don't think it was just a fluke. They often infuse it with some deeper metaphysical significance, that it was somehow meant to be. Super forecasters don't think that way. They think, well, things happen. Someone had to win. Something very improbable just happened. Improbable things do sometimes happen. It would be very unlikely if unlikely things never happened. It would violate the laws of probability. So super forecasters are that way. It's a rather unromantic worldview. It means that the super forecaster might have to look at his or her spouse and say, well, I guess I could have wound up with any one of 433,000 other spouses. But we wound up together, and let's make the best of it.
Well, and that's what's interesting about your work is that you're not attempting to tell people, hey, this is about meaning or this is about happiness. You're saying, here's what happened. Here's the data. Here's how regular people can start to forecast and predict social phenomena with greater accuracy than you might expect, and greater accuracy than perhaps extremely well-paid experts. But again, you're not attempting to tell people this is the way the world is and you should feel this way and feel that way. You're just kind of saying, here's the data, take it or leave it. Am I reading you right?
That's exactly right. These are the data. If you want to enjoy the benefits of thinking more probabilistically, the book lays out how you can go about doing that. If you prefer to think in terms of fate, then you may have less use for a book of this sort.
Now we're not going to go there today because that's a whole different subject area, and I can think of a lot of people out there that would probably really. I've seen the people that love your book, but I can think of some people out there, guys like Richard Dawkins and Dan Dennett. I mean, there's a lot of people that will probably relate to this. Let me go on a sidetrack for a second. You're good enough in your work to go ahead and outline some these are people that you respect, that you've worked with, where they might have some criticism of the notion of super forecasting. And I would love for you to kind of outline just briefly if Daniel Kahneman is considered a slight critic or Nassim Taleb is considered a slight critic, even though, like I said, you've worked closely with both men. I know you respect them both. Talk about their criticisms of the idea of super forecasting.
Well, I think these are matters of degree more than matters of kind. I think Nassim Taleb puts more emphasis on the radical unpredictability of high impact events, like so-called black swans. I think we agree that extremely high impact, low probability events can have a huge impact on history, that this is manifestly true. We prefer to think of there being a continuum from white swans to gray swans to dark gray swans to black swans. We think it's useful to ask, how good can early warning and early opportunity indicators be for swans of varying degrees of grayness? It's not a dichotomy between white and black swans. So I think we see greater value in investing energy in improving the accuracy of probability judgments, whereas I think Nassim Taleb in his most recent book on anti-fragility sees greater value in investing in contingency plans to cope with black swans. It's just a different emphases. I don't see how you can make contingency plans without also attaching probabilities to scenarios. So I don't think there's any avoiding probabilities. I think you can try to cover them up, but I don't think it's wise to try to do that. So there is a difference of opinion there. I think the differences with Danny are even slighter. They have to do with the degree to which he is less optimistic than we are about the feasibility of finding better forecasters who will be consistently better, of training them to be consistently better, of teaming them, of finding algorithms that prove to be consistently better. So I don't think he denies that there's some potential for improvement. I think he's probably a little more pessimistic than we are about the magnitude of the potential, but these are subtle differences, and I think each of us is willing to move in response to evidence. I think we are inevitably going to run into low predictability years in which the very best forecasters are hard-pressed to do any better than dart-throwing chimpanzees.
Talk about the words prediction and forecasting, because I think people really do, from a very, big picture look down 35,000 feet flying, prediction this isn't certainty. Forecasting is not certainty. This is and this is getting back to the whole theme of this conversation is really staying in or getting into, for the first time, a probabilistic mindset.
It is hard. Imagine you're talking to a super forecaster in a bar, and conversation turns to global warming, and someone turns to the super forecaster and says, "Hey, do you believe in global warming?" I think your typical super forecaster would look at that as a stupid question. Just pretty stupid. Why is it a stupid question? Well, there are two major reasons it's a stupid question. First, global warming is ill-defined. What in goodness name does it mean? Does he expect the temperature of the Earth to be 3.6 degrees centigrade warmer in 2100 than it was, say, in the average of the 20th century? What exactly is the threshold for global warming? Is it 2 degrees centigrade, 1 degree? What are the bands? That would be the first. Super forecasters don't like vague verbiage, and they don't like vague verbiage when it comes to the outcomes of forecasts. They also don't like vague verbiage when it comes to things like this, using distinct possibility as opposed to numbers. And they don't like saying, "Do you believe?" as though your beliefs are something like a light switch that can go off and on, 0 or 1, because they distinguish many degrees of uncertainty. So the right way to ask the question for a super forecaster would be, to what degree do you believe that the temperature, the average surface temperature of the Earth in 2100 will fall into the following temperature band differentials?
Yeah, and that's not sexy.
That's not exactly casual barroom conversation. It's not exactly the thing that even political ideologues can get all heated up about. It becomes a pretty technical matter of, let's sit down at the table here and try to calculate and go through the time series and go through the causal models and go to the climate models and look at how accurate they have been, look at what the critiques are, and reach a reasoned judgment about what the likelihoods are. Now, you're not going to mobilize the political will you need to do something about climate change if people are saying, well, I think the probability based on the 2015 temperature spike has moved from 0.86 to 0.88 of the temperature in 2100 being 1.3 degrees centigrade or higher. You see what I'm saying? People's eyes start to glaze over. All the fun of politics seems to be drained out. All the opportunities to denounce the other side for being stupid or gullible or rigid or all the fun stuff in political psychology.
The math can start to get a little more advanced, but the process in simple form is, and I'm kind of quoting here, try, fail, analyze, adjust, try again. I mean, this is kind of how we all learn as kids, but something happens to us maybe when we become adults. We forget this whole skepticism and trying to have some scientific principles to our lives.
Right, and that's because a lot of these questions, when say, do you believe in climate change, or do you support X or Y or Z, they're not really asking you for a considered probabilistic judgment about the consequences of going down one policy path or another. They're asking you, what political tribe do you belong to?
Yep.
Are you one of us, or are you one of them?
Yep, for sure.
And that's a game that super forecasters tend not to play. And it is interesting that, it's actually, the super forecasters, when I look at their backgrounds, they're quite heterogeneous. I mean, they're diverse, but there is overrepresentation among people who are accustomed to thinking about very complex problems in ways that decompose them into tractable components, like software people, finance analysts, financial analysts, and some political risk analysts as well.
Let me ask one last question since I've got you here. I think Daniel Kahneman asked you this question, I believe, if I'm remembering right. But do you see the super forecasters as different kinds of people or as people who do different kinds of things, which is ultimately this nature versus nurture question?
Danny Kahneman has a wonderful way of posing succinct and incisive questions. That is one of the key questions. It's both. It's not true that anyone could be a super forecaster. There are certain cognitive and motivational prerequisites for becoming a super forecaster. A surprising number of people could improve their probability estimation skills quite a bit if they followed the guidelines in the book. So there is a lot of room for improvement for a lot of people. Certainly many people who are not currently super forecasters could become super forecasters if they were so inclined. Here's the core of it. I'm sometimes asked, how could these amateurs have beaten intelligence analysts? I don't think it's because the amateurs were more intelligent than intelligence analysts, and I certainly don't think it's because they had more political knowledge than the intelligence analysts. I think it's because the super forecasters believe that probability estimation of messy real-world events is a skill that can be cultivated and is worth cultivating. And they took a shot at it. They invested effort. It doesn't matter how high your IQ is or how much political knowledge you have or how exalted a status you have as a political pundit. If you're not going to take seriously the challenges of probability estimation, you're never going to get better at it. You don't learn to distinguish 60-40 bets from 40-60 bets by using vague verbiage forecasting like, I think there's a distinct possibility of X. The only way you learn is by making your judgments explicit, getting feedback, and learning.
Did you ever think 30 years ago that you would be on such the front line of an interesting kind of like real? I mean, probabilistic thinking is not necessarily new, but you are right there at the front line of getting people to look at it in a different way with some really great examples. It's quite fun, huh?
It's fun. I started the work before Gorbachev became General Secretary of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, and the experts then weren't able to predict that, but everybody could explain it after the fact. It doesn't seem to matter how high the stakes are. The thinking is equally sloppy and tendentious and self-serving. So I see this as an important part of human progress, of moving the Enlightenment agenda forward. I think political debate, we conduct political debates remarkably primitively. I think when people look back on how primitively we conducted political debates 400 years from now, they won't judge us any more charitably than we judge the people who ran the Salem witch trials.
I think that's a great place to end it. I think that's gets people thinking. The book is Super Forecasting, the Art and Science of Prediction. It is everywhere. Is there a website we can send people to, Phil?
I think people might enjoy, if they or find the concepts interesting, they might enjoy visiting superforecasting.com, which is a blog that's run by some super forecasters. I also am now on Twitter, believe it or not. I've never done that before, and I'm enjoying it. I would welcome people to track what's going on there.
Thank you for taking the time today, sir. I appreciate it.
Okay, take care.
My last guest for this mega episode, Colin Kammerer. Oxford's a cool place. Very mellow. There's this old Pink Floyd song that's about staying off the grass. What's the song? The Lunatics Are on the Grass. And that was all about not walking on the grass at Oxford.
Oh, yeah. They actually, now that you mention it, they are kind of fussy about that. They have these huge grassy areas. I think there's a few parks where it's people picnic and stuff like that. The place that I'm kind of hanging out is called All Souls College. And, once you go inside, there's these huge grassy quad, and it's just kind of showing off, right? Like, it's not used for anything. If you traipsed across it, someone would come and scold you. Anyway.
Yeah, I'd probably listen to that lyric who knows how many times from Roger Waters over the years, and I never knew that the lunatic on the grass was a reference to that. So
yeah.
But hey, let me jump back before we get into the meaty grist here. I'm curious about something in your background, and there's just the one little line on Wikipedia that I see, and it says child prodigy. And I'm thinking to myself, I had a nice lady on my show recently, a female grandmaster in chess, and she was called a child prodigy. And we talked about this, and her family, her sister is a grandmaster as well, and her father was a very wise guy, but she really came at it from the nurture side of it instead of the nature side. First, I'm curious, why were you classified that for your particular situation? And how do you see it in terms of nurture versus nature?
Well, actually, yeah. I mean, it's a pretty interesting story. But so what happened is there's a fairly famous educational psychologist called Julian Stanley. He died a few years ago. And he was always interested. He was at Johns Hopkins University, which happened to be, I lived in Baltimore and I happened to go to college there, but that part's a bit of a coincidence. He was very interested in what was then called gifted children. How do you take kids who are really good at math, maybe other things, but things that are kind of easy to measure at age 10, 12, 13, you know what I mean? It'd be hard to tell typically, I think, with an 11-year-old if they're going to be a great novelist or politician or something like that, right? Math you can measure. And so his idea was, how do you find these kids, and then what do you do? And so he had a very simple idea, which it's very, looking back, it's one of these things, why didn't anyone think of it? Well, nobody thought of it until him. And just like, with a music prodigy, what you do is you give an 8-year-old kid a really hard piece of music to play, right? You don't give them chopsticks and have them play it 5 times over. You give them something there's no way they should be able to play. And some of the kids can play it. And so what he did was he started giving the SAT high school test which typically, kids take at age 17 to 12-year-olds. Most of the stuff on the test, like algebra, the kids have never seen. So they have to just kind of guess on the fly. And there's reading comprehension, so, these are tweens basically, right? Taking a test for high school kids. And what he found was, you get, and now it's done nationally with probably hundreds, on the scale of hundreds of thousands of kids can take it. And what he found was every year you turn up a few hundred kids who get over 700. Then the question is, if these kids in the regular classes, like in 6th or 7th grade, are just wasting their time, what do you do? Do you do it? And the time I went in this program and I scored very high in the SAT at a young age. And so that was the definition of a prodigy. And it didn't involve really anything subjective, although, my teachers all thought I was very smart and I was, but, I did well on this test. And again, if you think about athletes and musicians, it's exactly the same type of thing you do, right? You might have a 15-year-old kid and you have them, play with a bunch of college kids who are pretty good. And you see if the 15-year-old kid might beat him, The
thing that I didn't like about the word prodigy whenever I see it is because I think to some degree it marginalizes any effort that takes place after the test. Because I'm sure some kids scored great on that test and have not put the pedal to the metal like you have, so to speak.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, when I was going through this, the whole idea of gifted was kind of weird because, a gift is something you should be kind of grateful for. And there was a whole thing about, well, when you find these kids who are so extraordinary, do they have a social obligation to like become a professor, or should they go run hedge funds, and make a lot of money, blah, blah, blah. And at first that was just too much to put on a 12 or 14-year-old kid's shoulders, right? It's like, just grow up, and if you're introverted and you love doing math. So I went to this class where on Saturday mornings, we would do math with a fantastic teacher with a bunch of other kids. And basically we learned 3 years of math in 1 year of Saturday mornings because we could go so fast. And that was really fun, So then people said, oh, but you're not letting the kid grow up, but much like with the chess prodigies or with young, female gymnasts and things like that, right? They're in the gym 8 hours a day.
I don't know. You must have figured something out about growing up. You had this punk music love. So I can sit here as I'm in Saigon. I'm very close to Cambodia. I can think of Holiday in Cambodia by the Dead Kennedys. Yeah. So I love that. Yeah. But okay, let me jump into the serious stuff. So I've only got you for a brief bit of time. So behavioral economics, this is kind of where you start in. But as I've seen you talk about it, behavioral economics kind of is moving in two paths. You got kind of the field work and the data. Then you have the folks, and I think this is where you are. What's going on inside the brain? When did you make that shift where you said, okay, I love behavioral economics, I love this direction, but now I want to, it's like the next logical step, of course, but it's synthesizing so many different fields to take it in an entirely different direction. When did you make that shift? What caused you to say, I'm going to connect neuroscience now too?
So there was a series of events, and then the rest was, just kind of seeing an interesting opportunity. So my close friend George Lowenstein is also a behavioral economist. He basically knew a bunch of neuro people who I didn't know, particularly John Cohen, who's at Princeton, who was then at Pittsburgh, where George was, and a few other people. And George had been interested in addiction, so he met a bunch of people, clinicians who worked with addicts, who were interested in brain malfunction and addiction. And so he kind of introduced me. We had a little conference in 1997. And introduced me to these folks. And it was pretty clear at that time, at the end of the conference, there was a huge gulf between the way economists thought about this and what the clinicians and neuroscientists had to say. But it was interesting. And also, I think my kind of brand in behavioral economics, to some extent, is trying to always pioneer new ways of measuring stuff and push the frontiers on methods. So at that time, nobody was thinking, we should study the brain. Okay, so fast forward about 2003, we get a human brain scanner at Caltech. Thank you, Gordon Moore of Moore's Law fame, Eli Broad. This is kind of amazing. Amazingly, in our biology group at Caltech, most people are not interested in human beings. And the reason is the specific things they're interested in studying are usually better studied in a simpler animal. People are too complicated. And so if you want to study sleep, like one of my colleagues does, what you do is you study zebrafish larvae, because they're transparent. So you can look at them and see what's happening when they're awake and sleeping. And if human babies were transparent, he would study human babies, but they're not. Anyway, so the result of that was that they built this human scanner and said, who wants to scan people? And none of the biologists were interested. I shouldn't say none, but very few, just a couple. And they were people we were kind of collaborating with and talked about. So there was sort of this field of dreams, kind of scanner. If you build it, they will come. And because of that, and just because Caltech is a wonderful place that's genuinely very encouraging about interdisciplinary work, which every university hopes to be, and some are better at it than others, they were very, very encouraging. Like, why don't you guys come in and use this scanner if you want? And they kind of priced it so that, the machine itself is very expensive, but it was kind of like a, early user discount. You could use it without paying too much money if you have some ideas, just to get the thing going and show that we deserve to have it, to show the donors, that we're doing something. And so we got a tremendous amount of help from the technical staff on kind of how to actually get a brain image. And then there were a bunch of people in biology, not many, who kind of, I'd go over and show them a picture of the brain, like, what is this area and what should I read? So we had this kind of crash course on how to do brain scanning and use other techniques. At that time also, behavioral economics was really flourishing and has continued to. And the frontier of the math people do has gone beyond what I can do, despite being pretty good at math. So there are people working on mathematical, how to get psychology into an equation, who are really extraordinary. And it's like, I'm just going to let them do it and read their papers. a lot of people are also going out in the field and doing experiments on nudges, to see how you can get people to save more money or change their behavior. And we're not great at doing that compared to a lot of other places that have incredibly good connections with NGOs and stuff like that. So I thought, this is something special I can do that no one's going to compete with for a while.
I think that's a fair assessment. I caught the one line. I think this even takes us in a little bit deeper to where I want to go. And this is from you. Quote, imagine if you could go on the floor of the stock exchange and see what was going on in the traders' brains, end quote. Now there's Pandora's box right there. It's like, right? Because we could, that starts to go off and who knows what directions. But I think what's really interesting about that statement, I'm not sure exactly when you made it, but of course the trading floors are disappearing. So even the analysis that we might have seen of the physical human beings, the Chicago floors are disappearing like crazy. They're almost all gone. Even if we could see that analysis, we're now shifting to something where it's more the solo person in front of their computer. And then it's not necessarily only the solo person in front of their computer, because that's the way that most people think that most trading goes on. But, in my world, I see some of the greatest traders are 100% systematic. There is no active watching the screens. They might be trading one data point for a weekly bar per week and making decisions off that kind of thing. So in that sense, the trader designs his system, puts it in action, but I'm thinking, when would be the moment where somebody like you could go in and see from a brain scan perspective something going on if they're not even looking at the markets necessarily on a day-to-day basis?
Yeah, no, that's certainly a challenge when you think about any of these studies. The same with things like addiction. So if you think, people are succumbing to temptation. In the world of neuroeconomics, every English statement like that we take very literally as a biological claim. So what does it mean to succumb? What does a succumbing brain picture look like? When exactly is the key moment, right? So that some of those things are going to be pretty hard. And also I should mention a very important point, which is even though brain scanning gets all the glamorous attention, it's like the handsomest Baldwin brother or something like that. There are a lot of other methods we use, and all of them are cheaper and more portable than neural imaging. So you can study skin conductance and heart rate. A few people have done that. Something that's pretty portable is EEG, where you put little electrodes around your head and see what electrical activity is doing. What you'd like to do for some of these other problems like addiction would be to have somebody being monitored with sensors, for a long period of time. So you don't necessarily have to guess, when the key moment of succumbing to temptation really is. And the same with traders, right? So if you were kind of measuring things that were happening biologically that would help you make guesses about the brain, not just measuring the brain as so directly, if you do it for long periods of time, then suddenly there are epiphanies, or somebody says, I had an idea, or I saw something, I was reading something in a newspaper, and you could try to capture that.
I just gave you the example, though, of traders with a specific system that perhaps has worked for a long time. But if we go more general and go to the average person and start to say, because I still think there's a lot of interesting insights here, the average person, you start to say to yourself, could we stimulate the brain to create bubbles? Could we stimulate the brain to create crashes? These are fascinating questions that you're asking.
The answer to most of those questions is not yet, but someday for sure.
Paint a little picture there. I know that can get extremely detailed, of course, very detailed. But paint a little broad picture for how even the smart, inexperienced person, a lay person, even some of the sophisticated fund managers that listen to my podcast, explain how we might get to that point where you could stimulate the brain to create a bubble.
Okay, so I'll start with the most direct way we would do it in the lab, and then I'll say a little bit about scaling, which is something we don't worry about too much. I mean, we're sort of in the basic research business, right? Step one, but the scaling in practice is interesting, and obviously it's really important and challenging in its own way. So in the basic research, the recipe is something like the following, and we've gone partway down this path with published research already. So first, you'd create a situation in which people are trading something. Maybe it's a lifelike situation, like, you monitoring traders in the Shanghai stock market, which seems to be in a crazy, just insane bubble recently, or some other thing. Or our preferred method, step one method, is to create an artificial asset. At the end, it's going to get exchanged for money that they're going to actually get paid by us. And so we can control the fundamental value. We can say what this thing really should be worth. And then a bubble is when the price goes way above that. That's it. So it sidesteps the tricky question, in most markets. Like, is Shanghai in a bubble? I'm not that sure because I don't know what the fundamental value of all those stocks is. And the same with IPOs. Is Uber worth 40 billion? I don't know. I mean, it seems like a high number, but it's very difficult to estimate the fundamental, right, for companies like that. We would first run an experiment in which people trade. We could then see from the prices whether there's a bubble or not. We can also ask them some questions. We could measure something in their brain or their body. Are they getting anxious? Are they getting euphoric or kind of caught up? Whatever you want to do. And then once we have an idea, for example, in our study so far that we have the most confidence in, we found that in the traders who did well, which meant they got out before the crash in this little lab experiment and made the most money. They made twice as much as everyone else. There was activity in a region called insula, which is thought to be part of what's called an interoceptive system, which means it's your brain's making sense of what's going on in the body. And also many studies have shown it's activated when there's financial uncertainty or other kinds of uncertainty, like, is this, am I going to win this gamble? And so forth. And so the whole thing kind of made sense, right? Basically, the smart traders have this early warning signal in this insula region that says, even though prices have been going up very, very smoothly, when you look at the chart, what's going to happen in the future is getting more and more uncertain. And also those people sell more. So the key is that they get this insula signal and they sell. And not all the other traders who don't keep riding the bubble all the way through and they get creamed. The way you would stimulate a crash would be to go in and at some point generate activity in the insula. So this is what's called incidental emotion. In other words, the idea is we would, for example, give them another thing that activates insula very reliably is a disgusting picture or a frightening picture. So you show them a quick picture of somebody, with a gaping wound, a fearful face. We know from quite a bit of emotion neuroscience how these things actually operate in the brain. And the idea would be that you would stimulate the insula in some way and then see if that external cause generates the same behavioral response. It might not, by the way. I mean, it might not. It might be that people say, I just saw this picture, but it has nothing to do with stocks. The idea would be that this emotional stimulation would cause some people to sell. And in these markets, usually you have the property, at least the ones we've studied, and they're kind of thin markets. So a few people selling is going to really move the market. What happens is if a few people start to sell, the price increase will slow down. At some point, the price goes down, and then it's just like a snowball picking up momentum. Once the price goes down a few periods, it never comes back in our experiments. And again, that's not a typical feature of markets. They go up and down all the time. So you have these kind of zigzag, which we don't reproduce in the very simplest type of experiments. So that's how you would do it. You would, and to be honest, in a few human studies, they're hard to do, mostly for ethical reasons, but there are some old studies in which you stimulate directly, like you put an electrode in a region and then you send electricity in there. But that can be done with epileptic patients who have electrodes implanted, so the surgeons can try to figure out where these seizures are coming from, and then they're going to cut out a tiny bit of the brain. These are very last resort things, for patients who don't respond to drugs and other treatments. And so there have been a few studies like that, but they're not very many patients. They're not obviously really a random sample of people. So there are various methods to try to do this, something like a stimulation.
Yeah, you go down that bubbles direction, the idea of creating a bubble, perhaps creating a crash. One can't help but think, and you mentioned that you just said a second ago, the ethical, because here you're trying to figure out the puzzle, right? You're just saying, what's the puzzle here? And you're not necessarily, but you obviously there's ethical considerations. And so if we imagine this a few steps down the road, to have the ability to do this, either for good or bad, opens up an assortment of ethical issues, doesn't it?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, fortunately for us, they're not the worst ethical issues in neuroscience, in which there are others that are really kind of mind-bending and quite kind of sad and extremely difficult. I mean, I won't get too distracted, but there are other questions you can imagine involving neuroscience and law, or detecting lie detection. And, are we at a point where we could use that in illegal proceedings? And, I think the answer is no, but other people think yes.
That's a can of worms, to say the least, huh?
Yeah, no kidding. And I do think the scientific community as a whole has some responsibility for contributing to the ethical debate. The typical reaction of most people is, well, that's not my problem. But, it's like building the atomic bomb or something. If you generated a scientific thing and people may use it in some particular way, I think it's, you have a certain amount of responsibility to at least participate in a conversation or get the thing moving. But I think the mildest way I would think of it is the following, which raises the least ethical obligation, which is what we think is going on in some types of bubbles is that the traders are not being sufficiently cautious about the underlying uncertainty. That really this thing is much more uncertain than it might seem. For example, there are a lot of theories now about trend chasing or momentum investing or it's called extrapolative expectations. So the thing went up last time and you think it'll go up again. And the ironic thing about this is if you treat it as kind of a statistical puzzle, like if you see a curve and it's just going up and up and up and climbing up, you're going to think it's going to keep going. And so the sense of uncertainty a lot of traders have is that it's not very uncertain because it looks like this beautiful little graph. But it is uncertain. It's getting more and more uncertain. And so stimulating the insula is just a particular crude, aggressive way to tell the brain directly, be more afraid than you are, or be more cautious than you are. And in practice, here's the scaling up, finally. In practice, it might be that Fed Chair Yellen or somebody who people believe says, I think stocks may be overvalued and we probably aren't pricing in crash risk sufficiently or something of that kind. And it may be that that's enough, to slow down an overheated market. I mean, and again, the other thing that's very tricky about this is the only way bubbles really end is with crashes. So what you would like would be a world in which it's more like a balloon where you kind of let some of the air out of the stock, So let's say we think the Shanghai market is overheated, you might like it to go down by 25% over 2 years, right? But I think there's no way we'll ever have enough control over that process to be able to manage the sort of this deflation, like landing a space shuttle, right? You don't want it to bang. And so probably bubbles will have to end in crashes, and crashes generally aren't great. I mean, it's similar to just, peeling the Band-Aid off. You can do it slow and it really, really hurts, or you can do it fast and get it over with.
And of course, for many markets, I mean, look at the futures markets, for example, these are zero sum. So no matter what you do, there's never going to be only a winner. It just doesn't work that way.
Correct. If you induce these kind of crashes, people who are buying at the peak will be mad and disappointed. But, and it's, so you have to make your piece, whether it's as a politician or so forth, about what that means.
Which I think is what's really interesting about some types of trading strategies that are designed to say, you know what, I'm kind of like the MIT blackjack team. I don't know anything. I don't know any fundamental information, but I can look at the price data point. And so I'm going to track 40 or 50 of the most liquid currencies, interest rates, stock indices. And I don't know that I'm going to end up shorting crude oil over the course of 2014 and make a fortune. But that was my target of opportunity that appeared on the screen. I was kind of going with the momentum. I had my stop losses. I know what the disposition effect is. And I wrote it and I got out and I just happened to make money. And I'm thinking about expected value. And instead of what most people do, most people think about, okay, let me get lots of small gains. And they don't think about those infrequent large losses. These types of traders say, you know what, I'm going to take lots of small losses, but I want to ultimately get those infrequent large wins. And so your work is just fascinating. I'd love to see it kind of start to synthesize into some of these large funds that trade that way. It just is a whole nother wrinkle. I'm jealous. You're in an interesting spot.
Yeah. Well, I was talking to somebody from a tech company last night, and the other thing I'm interested in, but it hasn't been as high on my research agenda, is it's related to the question of scaling too. We learn something from the brain in this tiny little claustrophobic scanner, and then can we do things in the world? Is how we use so-called big data. Lots and lots of types of data about all kinds of things. And so I think that's going to be, I can't say it's going to be a frontier for behavioral economics, because it's going to be a frontier for everything in social science. We just have a tremendous amount of data on all kinds of stuff. An approach that we've been studying coming from computer science from quite a long time ago is usually called machine learning or data mining. The idea is, you have tons and tons of measures. For example, this is kind of how we do the brain theory. If you have 50,000 voxels, the kind of artificial cubes in the brain, we've divided the brain up in that way, like pixels on a computer screen. You have 50,000 voxels, and some of the studies say, well, which of those 100 are, telling us what a person is looking at, for example. That's called neural decoding. And if you use not just a brain image, but now skin conductance or facial recognition is something that's becoming extremely effective. My webcam right now could look at my face and say quite a bit about whether I'm tired or enthusiastic or sad or afraid, and as well as body sensors. All of a sudden we have this monster amount of data, and the question is, how do we sort through and find things that predict pretty well, and do they have stability? So does something that predicts in 2015, can we use that until 2020, or do we need to be updating every single year? And so I think that's going to be a treasure trove, particularly for behavioral economics, because we're so open-minded about what might make a difference. It might be emotion, it might be what people are looking at, it might be what your neighbors are doing. We're very, wide-eyed and open-minded compared to the traditional approach in economics, which is focused basically on prices and information.
I think it's also interesting what you've done, and I'm curious if there was another trigger for this, or it all started at the same time, is bringing the game theory in and then looking at the neuroscience of game theory. So one is I think there was an experiment that you were doing with the audience in your TED Talk, and looking at the various intervals, and you could see the spikes where people would respond. Just fascinating that you could see that all in the scans.
Yeah, that started much earlier, because game theory is something that is really made a fundamental shift in social sciences, mostly in economics, to a large extent also political science, and a little bit less in anthropology and fields like that. But most of the work, like the way our first year PhD students at Caltech are taught game theory, is they're taught that game is a specification of moves that people make, and then things that happen and how they value those outcomes. Okay, great. That could apply to bargaining over a rug in the Arab Bazaar. It could be playing rock, paper, scissors, poker, negotiating with Iran, and so forth. It's meant to apply to all these different things, the same math. But the main analytical tool they're taught is called equilibrium analysis, which basically means everybody has correctly figured out what everyone else is going to do. And so they reach this kind of equilibrium of coordinated beliefs. And that's not true, number one. And number two, it's not very practically interesting, because it doesn't, in this equilibrium analysis, it doesn't tell you who's really skilled and who's not, and what it means to be skilled. So we've developed some other types of theories in which people basically have different levels of skill. So some people are just kind of clueless, or they do something very heuristic. So an amateur poker player will often play tight, which means, I get really good cards and I bet a lot. I get crummy cards and I don't bet. And if you're a good poker player, you love that, because this person's very predictable, right? So the amateur is not thinking about the consequences of his actions for somebody who's really smart and can tell, what their cards are from how much they bet. And then the higher level thinkers, think, I figured those guys out, and then I figured out the guys who figure those people, and so forth. So we developed a bunch of these tools, and have been applying them to lots of laboratory experiments, which is a kind of testing ground, and then a little bit in other places, and starting to look and see, in the brain, do you see these kind of like steps of reasoning? Do people who are doing more, it turns out people who are doing more steps of reasoning seem to have activity in what are called mentalizing, or sometimes called theory of mind areas. I have to think about another person and what that person knows. They might know something different than me. Why do they bet high? I have to try to infer their intention or their hidden information. So that's been very useful.
I got to tell you, one of my favorite conversations in the last year was with Robert Aumann, and just obviously he was bringing things down for me and the audience, but just to listen to him, the thinking, and he was making the simple metaphors, something as simple as like, if both sides are prepared to fight, truly prepared to fight, then you don't fight. On the other side, it's when one side is not prepared to fight and one side is ready to fight. It's usually when there's a fight. And now, of course, some people might hear that and think politically he is sounding very hawkish or whatnot. But you have to look at someone's career like that and say, hold on, I might not be able to absorb all the math that he has done behind this, but this is a math equation that those words coming out of his mouth are backed by math.
Correct. Yeah, actually, he is a really remarkable figure, very extremely charismatic, and as you said, it's an unusual combination because the math he does is really, really difficult. But sometimes what comes out of it is a simple answer, and that's really what you're hoping for, right? You're hoping that a deep analysis tells you something simple. So I'll tell you one story related to that, which is, here's one of the strangest things about game theory. So suppose we're playing a hide and seek type of game. So we actually did this, for example, with some subjects. So they both see on separate computer screens, they both see a square on the left or on the right. So the game consists of, do you pick left or right? And one of them is a hider. And the hider basically wants to pick the different place. So if I'm the hider, I want to pick left and you pick right. Or I pick right and you pick left. I want to mismatch. I want to hide from you. The seeker wants to match, right? So the seeker wants to pick left if the opponent picks left, or match on right. And it turns out that if you change the rewards, so suppose you change the reward, so if I get caught, if the seeker finds the person in the left spot, like if they both pick left, the seeker gets a big prize. And you make that prize go up and up and up, because we can control this right in the experiment. We can pay whatever we want. And we tell the subjects, or they figure it out by trial and error. So it turns out the following principle applies, which seems completely ridiculous, which is the more we increase the reward, the special reward from matching on left, from seeking on left successfully, the less often people will do it. The logic is similar to your example about fighting. And the reason is, I know you're going to go for that. And so you know that I know you're going to go for it, so you don't actually go for it. And so it has an incredibly strange prediction, which is that the person who could benefit from the reward sort of ignores it, and the person who doesn't benefit from the reward moves in the opposite direction. It seems completely mind-blowing. Now, here's the kicker. With humans, they don't quite move in that direction as much as they should. So what they do is somewhere between kind of picking left and right equally often, which is sort of a natural starting point, and they kind of move in the direction of this game theoretic prediction a little bit. But there's another group of subjects who play really, really closely
Chimps?
to the predicted equilibrium, which is chimpanzees. Yes.
See, I'm prepared.
I know. Anyway, it's chimpanzees. It's amazing. And
they're good strategic thinkers when it comes to game theory. They do what the equations say.
Correct. And obviously it's mostly kind of learning. So we think it's a combination of two things. They're actually pretty attentive. Like if you see films of the chimps, there's some online from my colleagues in Nagoya and called the Primate Research Institute, PRI, in Japan. They're actually quite attentive. And also they do, a bunch of their food comes from doing these experiments. So they do it like at lunchtime when they're a little bit hungry, and then they get apple cube rewards until basically they're full, and then they kind of quit playing and they monkey around and they want to go back to their play facility. But they seem to learn better in the sense that they keep track of what their opponent has done a little bit better than people. And my colleague Tetsuya Matsuzawa's theory is, which is quite controversial but very, very intriguing, is that they're actually pretty good at keeping track of opponents in competition, because basically language didn't take up all the space in the brain that it takes up in our brain. Mm-hmm. So they actually have preserved skills that are useful in their environment, because they play a lot of games that are similar to hide and seek. And in a sense, they may actually be even better than us, at least intuitively. I think there's no doubt people with a lot of training and practice could kind of catch up to the chimps. But it does look like there's this interesting difference. DNA-wise,
we're still pretty close. What is it, 98
Absolutely. Yeah. They're very close. I mean, one of the things when you work with them is a 1 or 2 year old kid and a chimp are basically the same species, just about. They're pretty selfish, except within sort of boundaries of their play group and stuff like that. I think it gives you a certain amount of humility and appreciation of other species if you didn't have that in the first place. And one reason the Japanese are very chimp crazy is there's a type of macaque monkey native to Japan. So it's the only developed country that has kind of its own native monkey, and they take it, as the Japanese often do, they take it very seriously as a kind of moral obligation to learn about these chimps and take care of them and try to understand them and stuff like that. So actually that turned out to be it's a very interesting area of research, and they've done a lot of other very fascinating things there.
Yeah, it's very cool. I had Lori Santos on my show, and she's done some really cool stuff with monkeys and whatnot. Hey, one last thing I wanted to kind of jump into really quick, and it's kind of a big picture thing, but we're talking about what makes economic growth in a society, and this is kind of a little bit of a jump off, but still in your world. And so there's saving and there's investing, and there's all kinds of things that what can generate that growth in a society. And one of the things that is intrigued you is trust. How does trust, because trust correlates with economic growth, doesn't it?
Correct.
Talk about that and how that came to be in your field of vision.
Okay, yeah, great. So we define trust in a very specialized way. And like most things, economists are kind of reductionists, right? So we like to try, at least in step one, is to reduce something complicated to something not so complicated to understand it. And then, of course, you're going to turn out you left things out and you have 2.0 and 3.0. And, the theories get a little better each time. But we really value simplicity. So the way you study trust is you have $10. You can just keep it. Nothing happens. Or you can invest it. The experiment will triple it. It becomes $30. And then I'm what we might call a trustee or kind of the second mover. I look at this $30 that you invested, or rather the 10 you invested that became 30. And I say, well, I can just keep all that if I want to, or I can pay it back. Right. So it's like two business partners who, do business over the internet. And at any one point, one guy can just take all the money and embezzle the money and run away. So we call this in economics, a contract with limited enforcement or with moral hazard or with hidden action. What all those things mean is I can't penalize the person. If I invest the 10, it becomes 30 and they don't give me back some and share. I can't penalize them. Yeah, and the experiments we do, we don't know who they are. We don't have their email. The experimenter does, but we won't tell you. You can't, shame them on Twitter. You can't go and punch them in the face. You can't send an email saying you're a jerk. And so the question is, are people trustworthy in the sense that when they know this guy sacrificed some money or risked some money to generate money we could both share, do I share some back with you? And the answer is, it depends. Mostly, there are very few subject pools in which a huge percentage of people, like 80 or 90%, keep all the money and don't share. That's rarely seen. And what's common is that, out of the $30 that's created, if you invest 10, probably you get 10 back from your risky trusting investment, and the other guy keeps 20. So look, people aren't saints, right? Typically in other words, the people who are in the position of deciding how much of this money they can keep, even though they did nothing to really create it, they didn't stick their neck out like the first person did who invested, they do keep a lot of money, right? So pure selfishness is always should be part of our understanding of human nature, right? And whether you think it's morally right or morally wrong, what happens is a lot of people do keep, some people keep all the money, some keep more than an equal share. And so that's what we call trust. So the act of risking the money means I'm pretty sure this person's going to feel morally obliged to send some back to me. Otherwise, I'll just keep it myself and nothing will happen. The other trust measures that are often used, so we actually study trust in this game, and you kind of see if, do children, is there a certain age at which children learn to be trustworthy? It looks like the answer is yeah, that, kids start out pretty selfish and they gradually learn norms of kind of what's appropriate behavior, which might be specialized to their culture as well. So there may be, countries where there's rampant corruption among the government, the kids might learn, what they basically learn is grab whatever you can because that's what the people around me do. That's okay here in country X. You can also look at the influence of, could you causally create more trust by what people say, or is there certain facial expressions that make people look trustworthy? So it's been quite a cornucopia of interesting things to do. And those games also basically originated a little bit in psychology and economics together over the years, starting in the 80s and 90s. We actually published the first one in economics in 1988. And now they've migrated to where they're used a lot in neuroscience and psychology, because they're simple to do and they really do capture an element of trust. Trust is this sort of economic risk that another person will honor what I see as an obligation, even though they don't really have to, and there's no penalty if they don't. And as you mentioned, that's So the trust that's correlated with economic growth is usually something even simpler, but we hope reasonably related, which is you ask people questions like, in general, do you trust strangers? And even though that might seem to be a hard question to answer, you'd want to know, well, what do you mean in general? And what do I know about the strangers? But people answer it. And the percentage of people saying, yes, I trust strangers, it's highest in Scandinavia. And Singapore actually is quite high. And then it goes down, 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 and it's quite low in some countries in Africa and the Philippines, I believe, and then a few other kinds of places. And that just the answer to that question seems to be associated with the health of an economy, even when you control for other things like do you have oil or some other valuable resource and level of education and things like that.
Yeah, I can't vouch for Sweden, but I've been to Singapore a ton, and yes, that's true. That's true. That's absolutely true.
And there also are very striking norms. For example, Japan is a place, again, I've traveled there quite a bit academically and in other ways, and they are very, very proud about lost property. So they have an amazing norm that if somebody loses property and you, whether you're a hotel clerk or a policeman or just some person walking on the street, everybody has a kind of obligation to help get it back to the person. So we were eating in a little izakaya kind of barbecue place, which was absolutely fantastic. And it was raining, so we had an umbrella, and I also had given my son a little plastic bag of yen, of Japanese money, so he could have his own money and pay for things. And so we were jet lagged and cranky from the rain and well fed. Thank you, Japanese people. And so we left.
The best food.
Absolutely wonderful, and generally very healthy. Although you can eat fried everything and all kinds of yummy stuff. And anyway, so we were walking down the street. Fortunately, not too quickly. And this woman comes running after us, like, hello, with her not great English. And she was carrying our umbrella and our little bag of money. And the bag of money had about, the equivalent of $4 in it or something like that. It wasn't, a big bag of money. And what it was she remembered us and had chased us down. And she was running, like the Japanese have these excellent marathon runners. Like maybe she was trained, but she was running like this was an extremely important thing to return this umbrella and this $4. This was a really big deal. And she was very apologetic, I'm sorry I let you leave without this, like it was all her fault. It was just amazing.
I have to share one right back at you. I was in Tokyo for the first time. I had to go clear across the city. I got into the taxi. He did not speak a lick of English. I showed him a card in Japanese. He drove me to the other side of the city, or near the Roppongi area. I was an hour early from my meeting. I got out. I started walking around a mall. About an hour later, I go up to the top of this 60-story tower. I get off the elevator, and my taxi driver is standing there with my phone. He had waited an hour to hand me my phone. I tried to give him money, which I've now since learned is a bad thing.
Which is a little bit insulting.
That was stupid. But he got in the elevator and ran away from me and wanted nothing, and it was just the most amazing experience.
Wow, that's great. You beat him on. That's really something.
But hey, listen, I want to read one little thing from you that I think is great. I think it's from you and your partner maybe, but I just love this quote. The Platonic metaphor of the mind is a charioteer driving twin horses of reason and emotion is on the right track, except that cognition is a smart pony and emotion a big elephant. I love that.
I'm working on a neuroeconomics book, and I've just been reading about emotion, which is very messy. Emotion, particularly emotion and cognition, what are they different and where are they in the brain? And it's one of the messiest areas. But this is a long debate over thousands of years of philosophy and psychology. It's sort of which one's in charge. So George Lowenstein's view, he has this phrase, thanks to his daughter, called emote control, that the emotions are really kind of in control. And a lot of times what we say cognitively is just kind of an excuse we make to ourselves or to somebody else about something we want to do emotionally. And almost any statement about the strength of emotion and cognition isn't likely to be quite right. And it may depend also on the nature of the emotions. So I think there's not much doubt that the most evolutionarily important emotions that are kind of conserved in the brain, which means our brain senses fear very much like rat brains do. So fear, disgust, sadness, are probably the ones that are most primary and kind of visceral. But there's also lots of, so they're going to work in a particular way. We can see fear in people's faces really well. It's pretty much the same across all cultures. But other things like guilt and shame and embarrassment are social emotions. They have to do with whether we did something wrong, and that will depend upon whether we perceived it as wrong and whether we're sociopaths. So emotion is pretty complicated. But I think basically from 1920 to 1950, the predominant method in psychology was behaviorism, which said, we'll just give somebody a stimulus and see how they respond, and that stimulus response will be the essence of what's going on in their brain, and we won't bother to look in there or speculate. It was very kind of sort of puritanical. It's like the brain was like clothed in a burqa. We're not going to look in there, and we don't want to see any of it. And so emotion was left out. I mean, B.F. Skinner said emotion is just fictitious. It's just a mythical thing, which is silly. And then came what's called the cognitive revolution, or the information processing revolution, around 1960 to maybe 1990. And the idea there was people are like computers. And again, there was what emotions does a computer have? None. Okay, we'll forget about emotion. So it was really just kind of neglected for a long time. And to the extent that people thought about the emotion, they thought of it as this kind of like bug, that we have these kind of low-level emotions, and we need, cognition will kind of control our passions, as opposed to the modern view, which is that emotions are a kind of information. I mean, they evolved to get us ready very, very quickly to deal with various challenges. And that's not to say that, emotions can't run amok. And, if you get angry because somebody bumped into you at a bar and you've been drinking alcohol, the right move is not to kill that person with a gun, right? That is not what the emotion's for, right? So there's no question that, and also there's some amazing results on essentially tunnel vision, right? So when you're in a highly aroused state, people can actually perceive things that are in the periphery of a visual scene. They can perceive things better. They actually see better. They see better. But that also creates something called a weapon focused effect, which means if you're not a cop and you're not trained and you're at some place and somebody pulls out a gun, you'll stare at the gun and you won't notice whether the person's black or white. And so it turns out their studies have shown fairly clearly that, what happens there is the fear helps you notice the weapon and pay a lot of attention to it, because that's the thing that you're afraid of. But all the things surrounding it are just kind of erased. And so people can't pick the person who held the gun out of a lineup very accurately, for example. So, anyway, so emotion does some really great things that it's kind of built to do. But in a modern world, particularly, where the consequences of acting out on certain emotions and the amount of stuff we have to process is much harder, sometimes emotions are really our powerful weapon, and sometimes it is kind of a bug in the system that's designed for them, that is now in a modern world.
You've been kind enough to give me 50 minutes of your time today. I can't keep you going, but clearly I could go down the path of asking questions and just going to school all day long here.
Great.
So I appreciate it. Hey, listen, you're easy to find on the internet. A quick Google search will bring up just about everything. Is there a particular website that I can send people to, or that you would like people to go to check out more information on you and your work?
Actually, not exactly. My website's really in disrepair. Yeah, I think if you Google, you'll see some public talks, which are kind of the most accessible.
Yeah.
And if people really want to read the academic papers, the academic folks, or even other people who are interested in really reading the original scientific research, it's not too hard to find. There's something called ResearchGate and academia.edu, and Google Scholar is actually extremely good. Google Scholar is amazing at compiling, what people have done, and you can see